Hey, I think I hit all the right buttons. It's stream number 273. And hopefully I get through all of my Lua script unit testing today. So I saved the best for last, the hardest for last, the NPC AI script. And up until today, I've been building unit tests for all of the Lua scripts in my game. And the NPC AI script is the most recent code I was working on in the game, and it is about 1,000 lines of Lua script. And I'd like to break that up into different units and test them separately if I can. And maybe refactor as I go, maybe simplify. So that's the point and goal for today. I hope everybody had a great day yesterday and having a great day today. And I'm going to get my featured chat up and running. Let me test this because it didn't quite work out half of the stream yesterday. I will feature my own message saying, hey to Rally Monkey. Hey, it works. Nice. Hey, the Rally Monkey. It works! It's alive! Alright. This seems redundant to me. What if we do it this way? Work on NPC AI script, break up and refactor. Build up unit tests. Sounds good to me. Alright. Let's close this stuff that's unrelated and take a look at the test setup. Make sure all the tests are working. And one thing I took a small stab at yesterday, I extracted out this sign function because it looks so generic. I thought it should be in the utilities, so I moved it there. And made a unit test for it. So there's a sign test right there. So that's the only thing I've done to the NPC AI script since I started doing this unit test stuff. So now we're going to look for more things to do in this thing. Some of this, especially some of the stuff that especially would be independent, I'd like to break out. I don't know if I want to put it in another Lua file. I suppose so. We have NPC spawning. We could have like NPC attacking or something like that. That might be a good first thing to try to cut out. Is because at least 160 lines here are dealing with attacking. And then once I pull that out, I could maybe combine a little bit of that with the attack script, because the rolling to hit and the default weapon stuff should be the same for NPCs as well as players. Some of this stuff would be the same. So we might sometime later combine the attack scripts together. And the pursuit code should probably be another fragment. Let me plan this out. So how do I want to put this? It's not part of the plan, right? NPC AI Lua to be broken into the following. NPC attack. So rolling to attack, and damage, etc. NPC pursuit, or yeah, pursuit. Moving towards a goal. Maybe tether should be its own thing. Tether Lua. So there are three things it could do, right? It could do nothing. It could start returning to a home position, or it could be returning to a home position and pursuing that. So together, what is this? Return to a home position or decide to return. Good enough. Okay, wander should be its own thing, right? NPC wander. Nothing else for an NPC to do, so wander around. Pursue or return does what? Oh, that's it's a combination of things, actually. Maybe I should break this one up too. This one is attack enemies in range. This one is obviously the tether script. It's already been refactored out. And then this one is pull aggro on close enough enemies. And this is if we have aggro, pursue them, or drop aggro if we can't get to them. And this is called in what context? The patrol context. So this is what we do when we're patrolling. Actually, it overrides what the guide does, whether in patrol or path. Hey, though. Are there? Hey there. Lawarago. How are you doing? You're a calculator, huh? Okay. Who is your owner? Because I don't allow bots that aren't authorized to be here. So let me know who your owner is. Otherwise, you're going to get banned. You're going to get banned in 30 seconds unless you tell me that you're not a bot or you tell me who your owner is. And I can make sure that you're authorized to be here. Okay. Bye. We don't. No, we don't serve your kind here. Yeah, exactly. Next time I'll let you do it, Rally Monkey. Sorry about doing that for you. I should let you do that. I should say, Rally Monkey, show him the door. Trying to decide how to break this up. Pursue or return. What is this junk here? Is this extra code? No. What is this doing? We reach here if there are no enemies in range or not returning to last progress point. If the player is being guided, pause, stop guiding, unless pause, pursue next checkpoint. I guess that's what this is, pursuing the next checkpoint. That needs to be fixed because if we're not next to the next checkpoint, we should just path to it. And then if that place we're pathing to is a checkpoint of some other path, then we would resume that path. Either that or we would create a new path to the goal. Right? Hold on, I'm making a note. I don't need to make a note. Okay, never mind. A little bit distracted there. Okay. Is it? Let me look at the history. Well, they didn't speak up and they didn't whisper me, so I don't know. I can unban them later. If they whisper saying, "Why'd you ban me?" I'll say, "Well, you're running a bot and you didn't ask permission." Right? Yeah, thanks, Riley Monkey. I didn't remember. Okay. I should probably put that in, be explicit about that in the rules too, right? No unauthorized bots. How easy is it for me to change that right now? Hold on. I think it's not that hard for me to do. I just have to remember where it is. Where is that set up? Channel settings? They stash things in the weirdest places. Would it be in moderation? Oh, here I found it. Okay, so I'll put it right next to the no self promotion. No no unauthorized bots allowed. Save changes. Okay, there. Now it's in the chat rules. And didn't I have another place? Oh, I had a panel for where I put the rules, right? Can I view that without seeing myself? I have to pause my own stream, I think. Pause. And then edit panels. Yes, I have a rules section. So, no unauthorized bots allowed. Okay, there. Now we made it clear. Yeah, for some reason I didn't have it in there. Now it's in there. Fixed. Back to featured chat. Okay, good. Oh, I've been meaning to take that featured chat thing and put it on like a tablet in front of me, so it doesn't cover the other windows I have. All right, back to this. I don't like this name: act, pursue, or return. It should have a better name, but I can't think of what a good name would be right now. Would it? It's all about aggression, right? Yeah. What if we call it NPC aggression? Actually, could we? Do I have an NPC aggro? I have an aggro, right? I have a drop aggro. A pull aggro. What's in pull aggro? And I bet this is called from the other place, right? Well, drop aggro certainly is. Well, pull aggro, yeah, it's also there. Maybe these ought to go together then. I like the fact that they're separate though. What if we keep them pull aggro, drop aggro separate, but we'll make another one called NPC aggression. Pursue enemies. Pull drop aggro. Right, there we go. Hey there, Nui. Did you say hello before I started the stream? Sorry. I started a bit late today. Tuesdays are a little bit tough for me because my son goes to school later, and so I have a more compressed morning schedule. So I ended up starting like 20 minutes late. All right. Okay, yeah, I want to have another script just for the guide. So this is special logic for guide NPCs. That has the heuristic. This find path could be more generic though, right? This ought to be its own thing, NPC path. Find a path for an NPC to some goal. You said, sorry about that, Nui. Yeah, I was only starting to watch chat at 10:21, so you might have said hi before I started. Guide. Guide path. So this is a combination of aggression and then if we're guide. Okay, so this is maybe this is part of the guide stuff, right? That they wait for their charge and they could give up and otherwise they're going to path to their target. And that goes with the guide stuff. And this is maybe this is the only thing that stays in NPC AI. The act. And it basically just builds the context for other NPC scripts, right? Oh no, it doesn't even do that. The system does, right? Yeah, right here. So this is just the guts of that loop. Huh. That's interesting. That message should only show up if the game server lost connection to Twitch, and it didn't crash, so guessing it just lost connection to Twitch. Let me check something really quick. Because I put in code to handle the reconnect to at least print something out. I want to see if that appeared in the log. Server's slow. I wonder if it did crash. No one's playing. Why is it slow right now? Oh, I wonder if it's running out of memory again. This has happened before. I'm right like near the memory limit of the EC2 instance that it's running on. I might just reboot the game. Yeah, let's do that. I think it got kicked or something. It got disconnected from Twitch and then connected to Twitch again. Oh, there was a leadership change. A leadership change, that's what happened. The leader, okay, it must have been a timeout. Okay, so we're gonna just stop the game and restart it and I believe that's when I let the game run for like, I mean, it must have been running for a week, right? It eventually like starts to tip the balance of memory usage. Now I'm curious. I started it at this timestamp that you can't see, but let me look it up. Unix timestamp converter. Is this the good one? Yeah, here we go. Convert. So that was like 7 days ago? More or less. 7.5 days ago. That's pretty good. Let's run the game again. I'm guessing it's just that it started to run out of memory and started to swap and then slow down and then we see that side effect of there's cluster leadership changes, which causes the golem to reconnect because a different server is now talking to Twitch when that happens. Yeah, I'm just watching the cluster come back up on the back end here. You can't see it. And now I'm seeing it come up on the front end. There we go. And we should be good to go now without lag. Nice, okay. And it connects to Twitch, says I'm streaming, that's good. And disconnect and we're good. Just compress the RAM, yeah. So, pretty sure that I just need to upgrade the EC2 instance it runs on to like the next higher tier. Or split the 3 servers into actually 3 different instances, which might be wise. Because then I can take individual instances down. Oh, hey there, 2H Strike. I could take individual instances down and the game would still run. And then I have a little bit more crash protection. Anyway, let me not let that distract me too much. I guess NPC AI, I'll just leave that, and then so the core NPC AI will just have the just the core system that builds contexts and oh, thank you for that follow. And builds context and what? And runs particular scripts based on the NPC type. Rally Monkey said, feature request, please refer to the 3 servers as the 3 goddesses. I've been playing too many JRPGs lately. Okay. RAM compression actually exists. On Linux, it's ZRAM. As far as you know, Windows also does something like that. What that would do is give me more margin for RAM, but then up my CPU usage, right? So then I'll probably hit the CPU limit because I don't have that much of a margin there, and I plan to use more CPU. But it's something I could look into it, I guess. Let me give you a point for that. Because it is Linux that I'm running on those EC2 instances, it's something I might look into. If I have enough RAM, I mean, if I have enough CPU margin and not a lot of RAM, I could turn that on, maybe? Maybe? I'll have to look into it. Okay, so this is probably enough, right? So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create these using test-driven development out of this one. And then as I'm going, I'll be cutting more and more out from this until I'm just left with the core, and then I'll just write a test for that. So we can start with NPC attack, right? So let's make a new test called NPC attack test. And wonder if I'll want some of these already. Yeah, look at that. Conveniently, we'll want to have those in our framework, our test framework. Sure, we'll keep that. It's the opposite. Instead of the player attacking a monster, it's the monster attacking a player. So let me... Should I keep this? That's not gonna be true. But we might have a weapon and a position and a time, right? And yeah, this stuff we'll want. I don't know if we'll need game chat. Don't think so. Actually, we will, because we'll have that. The monster hits you. You are dead. I thought I had that somewhere else. The you are dead thing. Oh, was that if you try to talk while you're dead? If you try to attack while you're dead. Oh, if kill entity is called, you know, I should probably just call kill entity from here, right? Because these are probably are about the same, right? This code and this code here is roughly the same. Set the hit points to 0, start the death dialogue, or say that you're dead. Yeah, it's the same thing, right? Well, with the addition of saying drop aggro. And it updates the health after putting you into the death dialogue. But it's... order doesn't really matter so much, right? Yeah, I should be doing like kill entity at the player rather than repeating this stuff. Okay, let me make a note to not so I don't forget to do that. To do have NPC attack .lua leverage kill.lua for when a player is killed. You looked further, ZRAM creates a compressed block device in that swap can be stored on, and there's ZSwap that compressed memory pages to keep it in memory. Oh, thank you for putting that on the deck. Yeah, I appreciate that. To keep it in memory before finally writing to disk when needed. I think I understand it. So it would be your working memory would go down, but then your swap would go up, and the swap would be larger because it's effectively compressed. Cool. I mean, that kind of makes sense, although it seems kind of clunky. It would be better if it was just invisible to the system, that the kernel just did it for you. With it being a block device, I think that means you have to you have to carefully arrange the size of that and then configure it, right? Actually, maybe this stuff is mostly automated. I haven't worked with swap in a long time. Thank you for looking that up. I'll give you another point. You can try to catch up to loose. Put things straight into now showing. Oh yeah, thank you, Ryland Monkey. That'll work. I totally want to empower you, and also a few non-moderators also can do that. Like Nui can do that, and A squared, and I can't remember if I added anyone else. Those are things for the kernel, as far as you know. For you, it's just enable and done. Okay. It's worth a try. Measure stuff, turn it on, measure again, see if the memory ceiling goes down or CPU goes up, or how much, and all that stuff. Okay. Does it use destroy entity? It does not, so we don't need to mock that. We're not going to drop loot. We're going to mock drop aggro instead of pull aggro, right? If they die. And this is different. That's different. Target entity is here. Okay. So what do we just do? We're making sure the target entity is the player. And I guess I'm storing the NPC delta, right? Well, actually, no. I'm just making sure it's the same structure, right? Because we're passing that in to the context. So yeah, just to make sure it's equal, right? So context dot NPC delta, it's the same structure. And do I need to check NPC? Ah, yeah. So I can do the same thing. Context NPC is NPC. Let the kernel limit the CPU usage so you don't overshoot. Well, Amazon does that already for me. I would have to look at how the kernel limits the CPU usage, because if Amazon, the way Amazon limits is if I start to run out of credits, it throttles everything for me. Amazon actually might be actually using the kernel limit itself, or they might have a better system. Like they allow me to continue overshooting the usage and start to burn credits, and then they let me run triggers and alarms so that I can get notified that, yeah, you're burning credits, and then I could choose, well, just let it burn for a while or go in there and do something. So it's a bit more flexible. Um, it might be a little bit more flexible in what the kernel does, and they might be the same thing. I don't know. I'd have to look it up. But let me add that to my notes. Let's put this under a category of server memory management ideas. Okay. That's good, right? So I need to have roll damage and math random. I think I already have that, right? Yeah. I think I'll have the same scenario. Miss, attack that doesn't kill, and then an attack that kills. Why is there a drop? Oh, because NPCs can fight other NPCs. So I should probably build that in here, like have it miss something, kill something, then kill something else. Right. Yep. CM Griffing being rated and graded by CM Griffing, apparently. How are you doing, Mr. Sir? Howdy. How was your stream? You raid me so often, I feel bad because usually you're not streaming your web dev stuff at the end of my stream, so I can't raid you back. One of these days, though. One of these days, I'll raid you back. Hey there, Resubaka. Welcome, Raiders. So let me give it a little brief introduction, if I may. I closed my window, though. So it was chill, worked out deletable accounts. That's cool. GDPR, right? GDPR. So I'm working on this game. It's better to show the sewers beneath the starter town because we have some NPCs walking around. But this game is a multiplayer game inspired by Ultima 4, Ultima 5. So pretty old games, retro. But I'm an older guy, so this is a game that I played when I was a kid, and I really enjoyed it, and I've always wanted to make my own version of it. And it's somewhat more of a doable game for me because the art style doesn't need to be that great because it's a retro style game. And so that's what I've been doing. Then today and the last couple days, I've been taking the scripts that run in the game, which are written in the Lua programming language, and I'm building up tests for them because it was sorely lacking tests. And they're almost all done except for the big script that is what runs George, the NPC, and sparked this whole need to have unit tests because his script is getting complicated enough where I was running into bugs that were difficult to track down without having proper tests in place. That's what I've been doing. No worries. Plan on being able to stream your coin stream in the afternoon? Well, then, the moment you do, you're going to get that big raid. That's all I have to say. So, do I have a command for it? I do not. I should make one, though. So, the chat overlay that you see up there, hopefully it's still there. Yeah, right there. It's made by CM Griffing. It's called Stream Parrot. And I bet I already have it in my notes that I need to make a Stream Parrot command, but just in case I don't, add Stream Parrot command. I'll do that later. But he made this overlay, and this style that we're looking at right now is Golden Age Comics, which seems to be pretty popular. It shows your chat in little chat bubbles, and for VIPs and up, it has little blurbs at the front and special colors and all that stuff. And there are other features in there like replacing text with different emotes or different text. And I haven't yet got into that, but it's pretty cool. So if you have any questions about what I'm doing, let me know. Otherwise, I'll just continue working. So this script I'm starting with today is like a little bit over 900 lines, and I'm going to break it up into smaller scripts, one by one, building up unit tests to cover each one. So this script, NPC AI, it's the artificial intelligence for the non-player characters. So the pieces of it are things like when an NPC attacks something, when they're pursuing a target or a goal, when they're returning to a home position, when they're wandering around, when they're pulling aggro when you get too close to them. And then there's special logic for guide NPCs, like Mr. George right here. If you play my game and you talk to George and you ask him for help, he will actually guide you over that bridge, down over that bridge, all the way around to where the stairs are, and he'll say, well, this is the way out of the dungeon. And then he'll go back. And as he's pathing along, he will fight all these slimes for you so you don't have to be in danger. And that's meant to be part of a tutorial intro to the game that's not quite fleshed out. So as you can tell, I'm kind of still working on the engine behind the game. And until I have that engine more or less in place, there's not going to be a whole lot of content in the game other than this test content. So it's like an example level. George there just thwacked that slime and killed it. So there are test areas for different things. These arrows, for example, are showing the directions in which the torches actually cast light. And the idea behind that is if there was something behind this wall, you would not see the torch because the torch is pointing south and not north. So you can't see it with this Game Master view, but if a normal player plays it, let me open that up and show you. Just a sec. Gotta log into my own game. There we go. In fact, you can see me just appear there. A normal player's view is restricted by light level and also by obstructions. So as I get further away from that torch, there are now areas of darkness. So you can see a certain number of squares near you, and you can also see squares lit by torches and stuff like that. But if you get too far away like this, I need to go to a dark area of the map. Too many torches. Actually, these guys are really dangerous right now. Should I risk it? Let's do it. Fight, 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 fight. Oh, I'm dead. They're like way over P now because I messed up the script. Okay. Oh, and another one spawned right there. Die. Okay, anyway. Go down to one of the dark areas of the map here. You can see I can only see near me because there are no light sources. Go back to where the light sources are, and there's two things that you notice. When I'm behind the wall, you can't see it, and when something is lit from a distance, you can see it. So there's light projection, there's ambient light, so to speak, and there's also obstruction. So if a wall's in the way, you won't see through it. And the system is still rough. We're going to be working on that later. But it's functional enough now that these test areas are used to test that, and I'm still filling in the details here and there. Hey there, Virgil? How are you doing? All right. Another thing that we have going in my stream, if you ask a question, a moderator might do this to it. Let's pick a example one. Like to say what CM Griffin was working on. This is called featured chat. If you ask a question and it doesn't get featured and I don't answer it, it might not be seen, so you can feel free to tag me. If you ask a question like Virgil just did, we'll feature it, and then when I start describing how I'm doing today, you'll know why I'm describing it, because Virgil asked. I'm doing great. Hope you're doing great too. So it's sort of a new system. I'm helping test that out. It was sponsored by Twitch, written by another streamer in the Live Coders team named Lucky No Slevin. So haven't yet mastered how to use it. Haven't quite got the stream setup done, but it's a cool thing we're trying out. Hey there, Proto Polly. How are you doing today? Relaxing listening to me? Great. Hope you enjoyed today. So I'm just basically going to be working and describing what I'm doing. Sometimes it might seem like this makes no sense. And I like to use the analogy of I'm showing you the view of a mountain through a microscope. You can only see roughly 32 lines, 33 lines of my code. I have like tens of thousands of lines of code. So if you've been in my stream long enough, you'll kind of start to get a sense of what parts of the game are what. But if you're just jumping in now, it won't make any sense. But you can ask me questions at any time, and I don't mind going over stuff. I also have a bunch of commands that answer common questions, and I have some notes. If you wanted to look through my notes, there's the link. And one of the things on the notes is our Realm server architecture that talks about the backend server and the different elements of it. When I'm working on it, sometimes I use the words coordinator or executor or entity component system. And if you want more information about the entity component system, there's a page for that too. And this might help get oriented or answer some common questions, or I could just use it to refer to things when I'm answering questions. So there's also, I make a log for every stream I've made. So you can, if you look through the last few days, you'll see I've been working on the unit tests for my scripts for a few days now. And yep, so let me know if you have any questions. I'm going to go back to work here. I am in the process of breaking up this Lua script into a bunch of little ones. And I'm on the first one, NPC attack. The way I'm doing this is I'm setting up NPC attack test using a cool little test runner I made called Moon Unit. Lua is Portuguese for moon, and Moon Unit is a unit test runner, so it kind of flows off the tongue, so to speak. Lua Unit Test. Get it? It's going to specify a unit test for some Lua script. Moon Unit itself is a program that I made that finds these scripts and runs them and makes its output look like Google tests so that it integrates well with the Test Explorer in VS Code. So I use two main extensions to VS Code for that. There is the Test Explorer UI, and then to make that work with Google Test or Moon Unit, which looks like Google Test, I use Catch2 and Google Test Explorer. Combination of those two extensions gives me this tab. Looks like Mad Scientist Flask, and it when you reload your test, it discovers all of the test runners, including Moon Unit. And when Moon Unit is asked to enumerate its test, it goes and scans for all Lua files that run this Moon Unit test function to register tests. So this NPC attack should show up here somewheres. Oh, it might not show up because it might not be parsing correctly. Or I might need to refresh this. If it won't parse, the whole thing will fail and I'll get an error. So it's probably, yeah, so that's what it is. No file NPC attack. Yeah, I haven't made that file yet. Let's make it so that we can get past that compiler error. I'll just make a new file, I guess, and call it NPC attack.lua. It's not in the right folder though. I need to, oh no, it is in the right folder. Never mind. So run that. That should satisfy the test runner, right? And then the test will fail because I haven't finished setting it up yet. But what's cool is I can run all my tests. It'll show me which ones passed and failed. And the ones that fail, if I click on it, it'll give me an output of what the error was, including like the stack trace. Although I've discovered in the last week that there's a limit to the number of characters you can have in a file name in a Lua stack trace, which is sort of silly, but I haven't yet addressed that. It's abbreviating the name of the script. I just have to know it's line 94 of this test. So it's like failing down here because attack is not defined because this is copy-pasted from somewhere else. But you get the idea. It shows me that the test passes or fails. I can see the log and I can also jump to the test. I can jump to any test actually. Jump back and forth, which is kind of cool. Hey there, Crumpet. I haven't seen you here in a while. Hope you're doing well. Hope school is good. Rally Monkey said a little bit ago, zoom out to 10,000 lines on the screen at once. Yeah, that'll make perfect sense. Been about a week. It seems like it's been longer. Hey there, Joe Best 596. I don't recognize your name. I'm doing well. How are you? Yeah, so I just gave an intro a little bit, so if you missed the intro, I'm sorry. I keep meaning to record it as a YouTube video. That way I can just give people the link and say, oh, you're new here? Why don't you watch this 30-second video? But please ask me questions if you have them. I'm just going to talk about what I'm doing while I'm working. I am building a unit test for a Lua function called NPC attack. Repeat, please. I hope you're just debating me, because that was... I'm still working on trying to get my intro down to like a 30-second, 60-second bite. Oh, okay. Meme Clear Bombs asked nicely. A really quick reintro? Sorry for everybody who's just seen this. Debated? Are you debating me? You don't speak English, you're Italian. Okay, my apologies. There are two things that I need to do about non-English speaking listeners to my channel. I need to speak slowly and enunciate properly so that you can understand me. And the second thing is another streamer by the name of Zeratar showed me this nifty speech-to-text plugin that I have been meaning to try out so that when I'm speaking, that it would show like over there somewhere on the screen for you what I'm saying written out. And I haven't yet set that up yet. Okay. Oh, all right. Just I got a text about a doctor's appointment. All right, no problem. That means I need to plug in my phone. All right, quick intro. I'm working on a game. It looks like this, and it is a multiplayer game inspired by Ultima 4 and 5, which are really old games. So this is a retro-style RPG. And because it's multiplayer, there are two big pieces to it. There's a server, which is C++ framework. It's all custom engine. So it's taking me a while to build it up. I'm not done yet. And it runs Lua scripts for all the game logic. And the front end runs in your web browser. So it's JavaScript with Phaser and React and a bunch of other libraries. My stream is a little bit different in that I do everything from scratch that is fun for me. So not everything, but just the fun parts for me. So I like to do networking protocols and C++. So pretty much all of my backend server is handwritten, with the big exception of SSL stuff and zlib stuff. I just use libraries for those. So today, in the last couple of days, I've been writing tests for the Lua scripts which drive the NPCs. And George is a named NPC who has a role in the game's intro tutorial, and that he's going to be the first NPC you run into, and he's going to help get you to escape the first dungeon by showing you the way out and fighting these slimes on the way. And so he's got some pathfinding logic, he's got some combat logic, and all of it has been accumulating in this file called NPC AI, which is a little bit over 900 lines long. So today I've decided I'm going to break that up into smaller pieces and then build tests for that, because this was getting to a point where every time I touched it, it would start to break again because I didn't have a test for it. So we're going to be writing tests and breaking it up into pieces, and the first piece is the NPC attack. So NPC attack is going to be when an NPC attacks either a player or another NPC, and we're going to run through test scenarios and mock the rest of the components. So these are all the dependencies of the NPC attack. It can update a character's health, it can launch a particle, play a sound, send a chat message, drop aggro from a player. That happens if they kill the player, then of course they drop aggro because the player is dead. Roll for damage, so rolling a random number. It's called roll because Dungeons and Dragons, being the prototypical role-playing game, you would actually roll a die, you know, a 6-sided or 8-sided or 20-sided die whenever you needed to get a random number. So we need to get random numbers whenever we're attacking or figuring out how much damage happened. So this is the damage roll, and these are the attack rolls, right? So it's the unit test is playing out a pre-constructed sequence, so it's simulating random numbers, so it's not really random. We're saying we expect a roll from 1 to 20. We're going to say it's going to be an 11. And the next one will be a 13. And the third one will be a 20. And then we're going to be making sure, the test makes sure that this results in a miss. That's a hit, and that's a critical hit. So we try to make the test run through all the different paths of logic of the script that it's testing. Dropping aggro when something dies. Yeah, you can't, no, not allowing you to beat a dead horse in my game. So I copied this from another test, so a lot of this is copy pasta that I need to go adapt, and that's where I was when I got raided a few times. So, right, I remember where I was. This attack script has two parts that need to be refactored because there's a lot of common code that needs to be extracted. There's attack NPC, where an NPC attacks another NPC. And because we're attacking an NPC, that means when they die, they're actually destroyed, and they may drop loot if they have a loot table. Then there's the slightly different script if the target is not an NPC but another player, and that's this code here. You do not destroy a player's character, you simply mark that they're dead, and that's two things. Their hit points go to 0, and either if there is a death dialogue, we initiate it. And if there's no death dialogue, this is sort of obsolete code. Before we had death dialogues, it would just tell you you're dead, and then, sorry, you're dead. You can't do anything. Now we have a death dialogue so that it tells you you're dead. What do you want to do? Wait for someone to resurrect you, or respawn at a nearby safe spot, something like that. And that's what triggers that. So it's slightly different from an NPC target where they would get destroyed and drop loot. Players, when they die, don't drop loot right now. If they would, I would do the dropping of loot right here. So what I'm just looking at this right now to see if I'm testing this code and only this code, which is what a unit test does, anything that it calls, like Manhattan distance, needs to be mocked or simulated, however you want to say it. We don't want to call the real function, because then we would be doing an integration test, which is slightly different. It would be a more difficult test because, for example, this calls math random. If we really called the real math random function, we would get a different result every time, and so it would be much more difficult to test. We'd effectively have to run it enough to make sure we're getting an even distribution and that the correct number of iterations are hits versus misses. It's much easier to simulate random numbers and say, well, we're going to arrange 1 miss and 2 hits, and then make sure that it actually happens that way. So that's what a unit test does. We take all these functions that are not built into Lua and make simulations for them that are shorter and more controlled. So some of the simulations, most of them actually, just end up checking to make sure the inputs are what we expect, and then taking the fact that it was called, and maybe if there are any variables that might be different from one call to the other, putting it into a table and just adding it to a list called updates. At the very end, we just make sure the updates are correct in the correct order. This also helps document like what actually happens. So this was copied from code where a player was attacking an NPC. So every time your player attacks an NPC, you pull aggro. If you miss, you just get told there's a swing and a miss. If you hit, it tells you hit for a certain number of points of damage, and then there's a particle and a sound effect, and then the hit points of the monster are reduced. If you hit and kill, it starts out the same, but then instead of reducing the hit points, we actually just say the monster's dead, and then we drop loot and we destroy the monster. So it kind of shows you a play-by-play of what's going on. The unit test will compare every list item to make sure that's exactly what happened, and if it didn't happen at the first mismatch, the test will say that there's a mismatch here, and it will fail the test. So this is exactly what we want. So there are three main parts of a unit test, the way I like to write them. We were just looking at the assert, which is checking the side effects, or the usually you're checking the return values and side effects of everything. So there's just going to be a bunch of expectations. You're asking the test framework that we expect that two things are equal. This is the expected value, and that's the actual value. That's the assert area. Then there's the act, where we're actually doing the thing that we're trying to test, so which is attacking, right? 3 attacks in a row. And then everything that comes before the act, I like to call the arrange. So we're setting up all of the simulated things that will happen and all of the variables. So these are variables that the unit under test is going to use, and these are some of the inputs, and these are what we call the mocks, or the simulated dependencies. So I over-explained that just now because this is the first one I've done today. But as I go through the day, I'm not going to be giving such a big, thick explanation of it. People who watch the stream earlier in the day get the advantage of a better explanation, I guess. All right. We'll just hold on. Let me do the assert at the bottom. No. Let's do the middle part, the act first. This is an NPC attacking a player, right? And do I want to do try to attack or just attack? I think I want to do I think the top level should be this, hold on. Let me make sure. Attack NPC is called from try to attack at. Try to attack at is called from try to attack. So try to attack is probably the top level of this new file I'm making, right? Yeah. Okay, so it's given a context, and the context will include things like the NPC's position, the target we're trying to attack, and it's going to, what is this doing here? It's getting the position of the target. It's seeing if the target is next to the NPC, and if they are, it is calling try to attack. Actually, you know what? I should just unit test this function alone first. That would be easier, right? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. So let's make a test named after this, try to attack. That means I can't make it local anymore, which is fine. Although I think I want the, I'm gonna use the NPC AI as a namespace, sort of a prefix. NPC AI try to attack. That's what we're gonna call it. And oh, but you know I shouldn't have done that. Right. Let me do it this way. Try to attack. I don't want it to... Actually, I do. I want to take try to attack, select all, and then put NPC AI in front. There we go. Hey there, 715209. How are you doing? Okay, so this is actually much simpler to test, right? We just needed to set up a target which has a position, and then it just does a range check. And if its range is less than or equal to 1, it calls this, otherwise it doesn't. And when does that get set? Oh, that gets set by the return value of that. Right, so there are 3 possibilities. We never went into here. We go into here and that gets set to true, and we go into here and it gets set to false. Those are the 3 conditions. Yesterday you're frustrated with some code, and you said out loud, "Why am I terrible at everything today?" Your toddler heard me and now is repeating, "Daddy, terrible!" Yep, now you've learned. They repeat everything you say. So be careful. Alright, so this is going to have an act which has 3 different calls to this, right? Attack and, well, target not found. Don't worry, I'll set up the context in a second. Target found, attack failed. Or could not attack, right? Is that what, does this mean it fails to attack? Yeah, if they're not a player, they won't be able to attack it. Or else would it return false? Looks like that's the only condition that would happen. Yeah, that's the only way it returns false, right? Let me make sure. Anywhere else it returns. Yeah, it's okay. So the only way that it could fail is if the target ends up being not a player at all. So an unattackable... No, that is just not a player anymore. right? Yeah, I guess so. That means if the player ceases to exist. So if, like, someone deleted their account. Actually, then it wouldn't have gone into there. So hold on a second. Maybe this is impossible. Oh, I guess if they have a position but they don't have a player component anymore. Be really strange. Target found, but not a valid target. Player component missing. I'll put IE, which means, for example, player component is missing. No, it's not attached to the player. The two are different components. Well, okay. Yes and no, Crumpet. The player and the position are connected for a player. Let's pick a player, for example, like whoever this person is. Oh, how come I'm... Okay, let's click there. This is player 472, right? So player 472 has a player component, and they have a position, but they're separate data structures. They are associated to each other because they are both connected to entity 18907, which you can think of as that is the player, and the player's various components include the player component and the position component. So the answer is yes and no. If we're given a position, but the player component is missing, that means it's an entity that is not a player. So if somehow an NPC tries to attack something that has a position but is not a valid target, the player component is missing, then we should return. It should get false returned, right? Yeah. So we can build this in moon unit expect false. We expect false if the target is not found, if it's found but not a valid target, but if it's found, target found, valid target, then it's true. And I want yeah. Actually, there's a third possibility. They might be out of range. Target found, valid target out of range. So not only will we expect different return values, but we're also going to look at side effects. Because one side effect of being out of range, I think, is we drop aggro. Yeah, they're both components attached to that player's entity. Exactly. You got it. So when the script gets down to the nitty-gritty details, the position and player are different data structures, so one might exist and the other might not. And so the script has to be prepared to deal with that. Okay. I think I'm going to build the context next. Local. And the context it needs is position. Is position used for anything? Okay, it's used with Manhattan distance. So, oh, one more thing. I want the context to be set up in the arrange, because we're going to expect certain things there. And then we will omit the local because we're just reusing it down here. I think that's how it works. If you omit local, it uses the local, right? Times like this, I like to look things up. Local. No, not locale. Local. From Lua. Really? It's not going to be in the index? Really have to look it up here. Okay, let's search for local. Any variable name is assumed to be global unless explicitly declared as local. See that section. A single name can denote a global variable or a local variable. So I guess this or local variable with single name means that once it's declared as local, it stays local. I was worried that this might make a global called context even though we have a local one, unless I did something like that. All right, anyway, I don't think I need to worry about that. We should just take, I shouldn't be modifying this file at all, actually. Let me take this out and place it here. Yeah, so we're just testing that right now. So context needs a position. So this could be anything, right? Because it's just spat back out at me. Oh, wait a minute. It's given to Manhattan distance. Should I put something in there? Sure, why not? X equals 2, Y equals 4. Why not? And then what else do we need in context? Target entity. And that's used to look up the position component of an entity. So let's make an entity up here. Like player entity, test player entity, and then it's game.components.player with that number equals something. I don't know. Doesn't really matter what it has. And position. That's the position of the NPC. I should just keep that up here, shouldn't I? Yeah, let's put it up here somewhere, like local test NPC. How about test subject position is this stuff. And then I can just do that. Alinity? What's alinity? What is that? It's some other streamer? Did I say entity and it sounded like alinity? I think that's what Meme Clear Bombs is getting at. I said a word and it sounded like alinity. But look, it was all a clever trick to unlurk Doomsea. Hey there, Doomsea, you are no longer a lurker. Way to go, Meme Clear Bombs. Bringing out the lurkers. Test subject position goes there. Target entity is test player entity. And what else do we need in the context? That's assigned there, so we don't need to worry about it. I guess you unlurked yourself too, Meme Clear Bombs. Although, did I wave to you already? I did. Yeah. Got you baited? Yeah, I guess so. Manhattan distance. I don't think I had that stubbed out. Actually, I don't feel like stubbing that out. I feel like just putting it in place. I already have that in another test, don't I? No, I don't. Manhattan distance is so ridiculously simple that I'm just going to bring it in to the test framework here. Like that. And just call it local. And then don't need to worry about it after that. NPC AI try to attack, we will stub out though. So there we go. What face is that, Rally Monkey? Actually, how does that look like in the featured chat overlay? It doesn't really work so well in there, does it? We got some question marks. I was curious about if those Unicode characters worked. Just found it, you're not sure? It's like a smiling face of some kind. Is it a troll face? Okay, do I need anything else in this context? I don't think so. It's going to look up the target entity, this one's position, So I need to put something there. Oh, I want it to be not found though. Okay, so let's have fake or non-existent entity. Let's put it before, and that'll be our target. And then it will look it up and not find it and return false. So what will it actually call? It won't call anything. So then I can say where do I have this? Local. Did I want to call it updates? I was calling it updates before. I guess so. Like one of these and just set it. Whoops. So set it up here. And then have this thing write to it like that, and then have attack or something in there, and then we'll just make sure it's empty down here. Moon unit expect equal empty table for updates, and then just in case it wasn't empty, we'll make it empty again. And then round 2, target found but not a valid target because a player component is missing. So I need something that has a position. Let's make that one fake, and we'll make this one target entity position only, and give that a 9, and then we'll have to make something with that that has a position. Oh, I forgot to fill that in. Let's fill that in with actually I'm gonna withhold that and put that down here where it is a something in or out of range. But the position only one we can do here. So actually let's put it right next to the subject. So like they would get attacked if they were a player. Then that becomes, oh hold on, forgot the context. This becomes the target now. But it's not a valid target. No player component. It's a position only. Expect false and no updates. Now if they're out of range, there will be some updates. Hold on, let's fill this in. Out of range, so if the subject's at 2, 4, let's put them at like 0, 4. So they're 2 squares away instead of 1. They'll be out of range, and they need to be a valid target. So it's the test player entity. And I need to check. I think not only will so it'll go into there, but we should return false. So this should have some kind of check, right? It should probably just repeat. Oh, no, wait a minute. It's going to do range and then not even go into it, right? But it will have looked it up. We won't know that it looked it up, though. Okay, I guess that's the best we can do. This... Oh, hold on. This is a special one. I should move this over here. This actually does call attack, right? But we should have a check for that, right? Those are Lenny's faces, huh? Bits of mischief, so it's like a troll thing. This should have something like if context dot target entity equals that, then return, actually I guess I can just say return that it's not the test entity, but not the position only entity. So if it is, we'll return false. So it should do an attack but we should have no update. I mean, what am I doing? I did this wrong. That should go there. Should be false. There shouldn't be an attack attempt, but it returns false. Do I check anything else? This should probably also check that the position is copied, right? Yeah, so let's do that. Moon unit expect equal, the expected value will be game components position of context.target entity for the context.position. It's supposed to look that up. That's what this is doing. Target position. And then what else does it do? It really doesn't do anything else. So I shouldn't expect anything else. Okay. And this last one, valid target, will expect true and will expect an attack. And the entity is the test player. And I need to put the player in range. This one. Oh, I should probably put this down to here, right? No. This one, they're out of range, so no attack is attempted. This one, attack is attempted because they're in range. In range. I have to put them in range, though. There we go. And let's put them at 1, 4. Yeah. Okay. So let's try running this then. Run. It failed. Attempt to call nil value attack. Where is it called? 170? Hold on. That's a different test. I don't think this is actually enumerating my tests correctly. There we go. I fixed it. Manhattan distance. Oh, I can't make that local. If I do, it can't find it. Attempt to call nil value NPC AI tried to... Oh yeah, that can't be local either. I'm silly. Cool. It works. So try to attack is tested. That's tested. Now the next thing to pull in. Would be try to attack at. So yeah, I should take the function and put it here. Actually call it a function and not make it a local. And then let's build a test for it. This will be try to attack at. So this is only called if something's within range. What are the different paths through here? They could be another NPC. There could be neither an NPC nor a player, or they could be a player. And if they're a player, we may miss them, or we may hit them. And if we hit them, they might die or they might not die. So how many paths is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 paths through. So 5 scenarios for the act. Really, this is an act assert in 5 in a different things, isn't it? I'm gonna remove the act out of here. Well, act and assert are kind of commingled there. Yeah, all right, whatever. Am I gonna do the same thing here? Probably. Okay, scenarios. Target is an enemy NPC. Target is neither an enemy nor a player. Not an enemy NPC nor a player. Target is a player, but we miss. But subject misses. Target is a player. Subject subject hits. Player does not die. And then the last one is player dies. Different scenarios, right? All of them involve calling NPC AI try to attack at context, and we have to set up a context correctly. And this will return something, right? Right, so it's gonna expect a true return for this. We get a false only in that second case. This one, false. Otherwise, it's going to be a true for all of these. Okay. And then what do we need from context? A bunch of stuff. Need those 6 things at least. We'll need an NPC. What's the NPC used for? To look up the weapon. Thank you for that follow. The hit bonus. And it's going to pass it to drop aggro. So we'll have subject NPC. Next, NPC entity. Subject NPC entity. Delta, NPC delta. What to put here? Oh, yeah. We'll just have a reusable table for that. Target entity. So this will be test enemy entity. Or test enemy NPC entity, to be clear. And then a target position. Where is that used? We're just extracting the zone X and Y for different things. Okay, so we can put anything we want in here. X equals 2, Y equals 4, Z equals 42. Why not, right? Anything I want. I just need to check to make sure that when it launch particle is called, we get the same information back out. Okay. Time. We can make a single setup for that. Arrange. Test time is 1, 2, 3. And while we're at it, subject NPC is 10. Actually, it's entity, right? Subject NPC is some structure. I don't know what I want there yet. Local NPC delta is a reusable table. And test. Why type it when I can copy paste it? Let's put the entity numbers together. Let's put them up at the top. While I'm at it here, there will be a test player entity. Let's make them 12. And actually that can go up top. Why not? These are all locals, right? Yep. Okay. Is that all I need for context? Just those 6, right? And then it's going to look up the target entity as a player or an NPC. That means I need to actually make components for these. Or does it also mean I need to... Do I have that in common? .lua? I don't. I should though. I should have that somewhere. Oh, I just put it there. Okay, I guess we can just copy it. Just a brute force implementation. Oh, this all... Oh, right, we can do the expectation here. That's smart. Okay. Past Raimu was very smart about that. Because we expect this particular test to ask for these particular components every time that's called. We can expect that exactly. And then we can return the exact things requested. We just have to make sure I have to make sure that that's... Oh, that's... Hold on. That needs to be there. Yes, and that needs to be there. I just need to set these up, right? So... Like right here. Test player entity, and then something goes there. And then for NPC, there's an test enemy NPC with something in there. Then this will look up that, hopefully. If not, it gets nil. That's fine. Nil's okay. And then we need to stub out attack NPC. And here's where I'm going to do the updates thing. That equals function. Actually, no, I need to say function that. And it takes a context enemy weapon. Int. Why type it when I can copy it? We're going to do one of these things. This will be attack NPC. Whenever that's called, the enemy ought to be that. So we'll just check it right here. Expect equal that for enemy. And then, oh, I need to have I need to define context. And I need to define updates too. Did I not to make it local up here? I did. I just didn't do it down here until now. Right, so we could expect the same context. Hold on. They have to be different names. Given actual context? Given context? Context in? Yeah. And then, that's the enemy. What do we expect for weapon? In the NPC's weapon, right? So expect... Oh, do I want to test with an empty weapon? I do. I should have like one where the weapon exists and one where it doesn't. Okay. Then it's a little bit more elaborate. We'll say if subject NPC weapon, then expect it for weapon. Else expect this default, which needs to be declared somewhere. Should I was I going to declare it in... Where was I going to declare that? Was it declared here? It is. It's only in one place? Or is it in... It's only in one place. Why is it only in one place? Oh, because this is the common code and then it branches. Okay, got it. Alright, so this can be put directly in here. But then I need to copy... I need to expect it here. Expect that for weapon. If there was none. So it's expecting the default. Alright, that's attack NPC. And... right, so if it's a player, we're going to have to simulate random numbers. So that I had down here somewhere, right? Right here, random count. Okay, so I'm going to copy the scenario comments into here. Properly format them, remove the code so we just have the comments only. So if the target's an enemy NPC, then there are no rolls. No rolls. Okay, for a miss, I guess I can use the same numbers. It's going to roll 1d20 and roll an 11, and an 11 will miss. I just need to make sure 11 is less than the dexterity minus bonus to hit. Bonus to hit. Oh. Do we want to test the default? Do I even need that anymore? I think all NPCs in my game have a bonus to hit now. I don't think I need the default bonus to hit anymore. I don't know, maybe it's just it's a good safety gap to have. That means I should test that, right? We can have this one use the default bonus to hit and this one not. So if it's the default bonus to hit, which is 5, it's going to subtract 5 from the player's dexterity. Oh, there's also a default for that? Shoot. There's a lot of combinations here where it defaults. Shoot. I'm not going to bother... I think I'm not going to bother testing the OR15. Maybe I should just remove that. Every player should have a dexterity rating now. If they don't, what happens, though? I guess I can just say I don't care to test the OR15 part. Actually, why bother testing that too? I'll just have both a hit and a dexterity. So in here, let me get oriented here. Why did I make a magic number for that and not that? It's weird. NPC. So subject NPC has to have a hit. That's bonus to hit. 2. I don't know. And then dexterity is on the player. So that is here. Dexterity. So like if it's 14 minus 2 is 12. 11 will not be greater than or equal to 12, so an 11 would be a miss. Dex 11 is not less than dexterity minus hit. Dexterity is 14, hit is 2. Just so I remember that in order to make it a miss, that number has to be less than the difference between those two numbers. Okay, and then that would hit because 13 is greater than or equal to that. And then that's a natural 20. Rolling a natural 20 always hits. Probably for this, I wanted to, I wanted to adjust the dexterity up to supernatural levels. The same way I did it in the other test. In attack test, right? Yeah, I did that. Right. Give the player supernatural dexterity, so the only way to hit would be to roll natural 20. Player dies. Let's do it that way. And then let me take that and just put it up here. And then wrap that. Okay, oops, went too far. I'm gonna drop this old stuff here. Or actually, some of it was okay. Let me keep some of this. I'll just keep that around for later. Lots of spaces there. So it's not monster. It has to go back into here. This thing. The test player. Oh, wait a minute. I'm modifying the wrong thing, aren't I? Yep. Of course I am. This one. Test player entity. While I'm at it, let's put this into place. Target is neither, so I need to have the neither target, which I don't have. Let's make it 13. Test non-attackable or non-character entity. There we go. So that is the target entity. Position, sure, we can say it has a position. It doesn't matter though, right? And everything else stays the same. Okay, and then when the target is a player, then we're using the target player entity as the target. And then, yeah, all of these three have the same setup. Okay. With this one, I have with an artificially inflated dexterity to test and rolling a natural 20, which we do there. Okay, yep. No rolls. We should say that, right? And then yesterday I made the mistake of assuming there's only one roll. Let me check. One roll, and then this is a different function that gets called. Well, no other math randoms, right? Okay, good. Okay, now I need the to simulate roll damage. I did that down here, didn't I? Down, 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 down. There it was. Roll damage. Right, I guess the same parameters. First, okay, do I repeat this stuff again? No rolls, no rolls. Target is a player, subject misses. No rolls. So this is the hit. So so that means if we roll, wait a minute, 8 damage, and it doesn't kill, right? So I meant to have the player have 10 hit points. So where would I put that? I guess I can just encode it directly into here, right? Just like I do with the dexterity, I can say up here, the player's hit points is 10. But then down here, their hit points is only 2. 3 damage, it'll kill them. So dies. There we go. And then the damage 3. Okay. Cool. Anything else I'm missing? Oh, I don't have launch particle, play sound, and all that, or chat. Okay. Or this expectation at the end. So I do have an assert at the end for updates. Okay. So this is just an act then. Am I copying this again for the here? And then getting rid of the code between the comments and all that. Okay, so target is an enemy. What do we get for updates? We don't get any. Nothing. No side effects. No updates. And does a miss? A miss has a chat. And the chat is the monster strikes at you, but misses. Should I have a miss against an enemy NPC? Oh, I forgot to do that. Maybe I do that after the player. I forgot to incorporate enemy NPCs being attacked. Okay, so for a hit, there would be the hit for a certain amount of damage. The monster hits you for, and it's 8, right? And then there's a particle, and a sound, and then a health drop. Particle, sound, and then a health drop. And then let's abbreviate this last one to that. Right here. So it begins the same way. Chat, particle, sound, but then drop aggro. And I'm not going to test that. I'll just say that this will dialogue. And then the health. Set to 0. And that's it. Okay. So I know I'm missing some stubs up here. I'm missing launch particle. Did I grab the update character health? I don't think I did. So I need probably these. Up to here. Like, here's good. Cool. So, we can expect the context.target entity to be the entity, right? And then we can look up this is tricky because it might be a player or an NPC. I guess I can do a check. If the target is the player, then expect the hit point max to be the player's hit points. So that is, I haven't added them yet. Let's add hit point 10. Hit point max is 10. Sure, why not? While I'm here, let me set up the test enemy NPC. Let's say his hit point starts at 8 or 6 out of 8. And 12 dexterity instead of 14. Why not? Something different, right? So this down here. Else expect test, what did I call it? Enemy NPC. NPC, there we go. Oh, I can move the expectation in here then. Expect it to be a player if it's the test player, otherwise it's NPC. And we only need to record the hit points because we tested everything else. And I don't really need to do that because I reset that every test thing. Launch particle. Okay, this depends on the position, so I can do like kind of like this, only it's going to be context.target entity, and this is a position like that instead of test position. It's kind of long there. I wonder if I should just do that. How do I feel about double squigglies? I guess I'm okay with double squigglies. So I want to do the same thing down in play sound. We're just checking to make sure the correct data is sent to these functions. Chat. Okay. Yeah, chat always goes to the target player, right? And then drop aggro. The target entity is always going to be the player, so test, where is it? Test player entity, yeah, exactly. All right. Did I miss anything? Dialogue. I don't have a mock for dialogue start. Equals function, and oops, misspelled function. Minimum, we're going to record the dialogue. The target entity is going to be the player always. Death dialogue. Oh, we need to stop this one out too. Yep. Function. I know I've done this before. This in kill test. Yeah, I remember doing this. Oh, yeah, I had two possibilities here. I don't need to do that. So it's just name. And just do that expectation, right? And then we're going to return some number. It has to return something because that's passed into here. Dialogues. Oh, this never checked it? Oh, it put it in there. Why did I do that? I don't know why. Oh, because no, actually there's no reason for me to do that. I don't need to do that. I can just expect it here. Let's make a constant for it. Hold on. Did I? Oh, yeah, I was in the wrong place. Let's make a constant for it. Death dialogue entity 14, right? So we'll return it here and expect it here. That name is too close to that name, so let's put test in front of it. Okay. I think it's done, so let me check it out. Not working. Okay. 11, okay, 114. Need to go to line 114. I think. Yeah. Oh, we actually got a table for the enemy? Oh. It's saying that this is the actual... Oh, it is the NPC component. Okay, so... Right, so I need to expect the actual enemy component, which is this one. Right there. There's Shendi. How are you doing? Trying to get this test to work. Ooh, that's bad. Line 188. Oh, context is not given? It should have been set up here. Ah. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. 188. From 280. Okay, so the first attack that hit launched a particle, but some of the data was wrong. So what's wrong here? I wonder if it's this target position's wrong. I think that's what it is. Hold on, wait a minute. No, that should have worked. Unless I forgot to set the position of the player. That's probably what I forgot. I probably forgot to set their position. Yep, I didn't set their position. Why is it actually looking up their position? Is that a bug? Oh yeah, why am I doing that? Launch, when it calls launch particle, it's grabbing target position, which is in the context. So I should just say context target position instead of this. Context target position. And target position is itself... No, that's the name of the variable. Like that. Run again. Oh, okay, it's the same bug down in play sound stub. Actual value missing message. So there's a message missing 298 in the first one. Wait a minute, which one? Oh, this one. The chat is missing a message, really? So is the first one not a chat? So let me, this is just a deficiency of the test framework. If I do that, it's probably the type didn't match either. Yeah. Okay, it actually did an attack in... Oh, I forgot to do... Yeah, alright. My bad. This one is an update. It should be attack NPC. Okay, and got down to 7. Oh yeah, that's a 3. Yep. Yay, that did it. Cool. So that means all of these things were done. All the things we expected were accomplished. Cool. That was a big one. That's all the attack, right? No. Hold on. There's one more piece, right? There's attack NPC. I didn't do that one yet. Yep, attack NPC. Let's make a test for that. So here's the code. It's going to go up here. It's going to be turned into a global function NPC AI attack NPC. Actually, I should probably call it NPC attack NPC, and then this should be NPC attack try or something like that. Oh, hold on. Got a bunch of texts. Okay. Funny story. I don't have time to go into it, but Mrs. Raimo's upset about the delivery service. I shouldn't laugh. She might be watching. Sorry. Okay, I got the names wrong. I'll fix the names in a minute. Let me get the test working. What's this? Oh, Mrs. Raimo was texting me about being upset about delivery service. Delivering what dishwasher. Getting our dishwasher replaced. Not really, because it affects me too. It's just that I guess I laughed because I kind of expected the worst. Because they said, we'll deliver you your dishwasher in a 4-hour window, which we won't tell you when it will be until the day before. So I'm like, of course the worst is going to happen. They're going to schedule it to be delivered during the exact hour that no one will be here. And yeah, that's what they did. So my wife's like pissed that now one of us has to basically not work just to wait for the dishwasher to arrive. I don't have a stream tomorrow, but there's something else I have to go to or cancel. And actually, I would have to cancel 24 hours before, so it's already too late to cancel. So that's why she's probably pissed that she's like gonna have to stay home and wait for the dishwasher. All right. That I pulled into here, right? I'm gonna fix the names in a bit. Wants to bet they're late? Is that what I should text back? Oh, they'll probably be late. No, I think she's enough upset, Crumpet. She's reached she is doesn't need to be any more upset, I guess. Context. Okay, so this only needs 3 things from the context, but one of them no. I just need target, position, entity, and time. That's easy. All right, let's do this. Trying to keep them in the order in which they actually are in the code. So this is attack NPC. Actually, this is going to be quite like the player attack, right? So actually, I can actually copy from that, right? Attack test. Why don't I just copy this and adjust it? Because this is just the only difference between this and the other is that the subject is an NPC instead of a player. But we're gonna have loot dropped. We're gonna have a monster die. It's gonna be glorious. Instead of you swing and miss, it's gonna be. In fact, all these chat messages go away, right? Because right now, when an NPC battles an NPC, there's no chatting involved. So I can just drop that right now. And there's no aggro. We don't aggro other NPCs yet. So I think that's it. There's a particle, a sound, and a health change, or a loot and a destroy. And then attack is replaced with NPC AI attack. There we go. And this is replaced with context. And then we have a target, which is supposed to be the monster. And then the weapon and the time and the position are encoded in the context. So context equals target position is there still a -5 in? Oh, there is. Look at that. That should be the bonus to hit. Yeah, I think that's a bug. Good thing I have a to-do. Means I'll go back and fix it, right? Does that actually matter? It's just going to be used in launch particles. So what's used up? What is it? What's used up here? Test position. Okay, fine. So target position is test position. And target entity is... I'm sure I have a constant for it. Test monster entity. There we go. Time. Test time, right? I bet I can just assign that once, right? It's the same context. Yeah. So we can just make that part of the arrangement. Up here probably be best. Yeah, right here. And we can even make it local. There we go. Do we need hit duration? Yes, we do. We need all that. We need a sound. It's not player entity, is it? It's going, so we don't need, probably don't need a player entity. Right? Because that's probably not used anymore. Yeah, because we're not pulling aggro. Yeah, so we don't need a player entity. There's just a monster entity. There's a monster with a loot table. There's a weapon, a test position and time, context. The NPC's health is being changed. Particle and sound are tested. Destroy and loot tested. Miss 2 hits and the second hit kills. Here are the rolls. Yeah, that should just work. Let's try it. It didn't work. NPC AI attack NPC is not defined. Why not? Forgot to hit save there probably. That would be important. Error loading module NPC attack. Parentheses near an equal on line 8. Oops. That would do it. Hey, it worked. Or did it? Yeah, we can drop that one now. That was obsolete. There we go. Cool, it worked. First try. I hate when things work the first try, so let's break it. Let's do something random like that. Actually, it was destroy. Cool. It actually is verifying that. Hey there, play poker badly? What's up? I just got NPC attack script tested. Whew. That was... We're done with this one then, except for the names. Let me fix the names up. I think I want the name of the file, NPC attack, to be the prefix here, so... Can I just do a search replace? I think I can. Search replace that with NPC attack NPC. And then next, this one. We'll call that one NPC attack try. How about just NPC attack at? It's going to update that old script, but we're going to remove the code in a minute anyway. This test-driven development is really cool. They didn't teach you that in school. They should. Kent Beck would be disappointed in your school, Crumpet. He invented test-driven development. Kent Beck. I actually got to meet him once. That was kind of interesting. They harped on about it all the time to you when you were at uni. You just didn't listen. It's not for everybody. If you ever meet Kent Beck, Crumpet, you could tell him, sorry, they don't teach your stuff in my school. And he'll probably be like, feels bad, man. NPC attack at, NPC attack NPC. This should just be NPC attack, shouldn't it? NPC attack. That's fine. So that should not break anything. It just changes the names, right? I might have to rescan to get these. Oh, wait a minute. I don't need to rescan. Those names don't change. Rescan would be a good thing anyway. Run everything. Cool. All right. It's all working. Unit testing is where you just have the console output something if you get the result you want, right? Kappa. Unit tests really are... let me pick a simpler example. Because what I've been working on is pretty complicated. How about like the save system? It's also kind of long. Teleport to save, maybe? Okay, much easier. But there's only one, or there's two expecteds. This is good enough. So this is testing the function teleport to nearby spawn, right? Which barely fits into a page. This function is called when you die and then you choose to respawn at a nearby respawn point, right? What it does is it searches for a nearby respawn point in the zone you're in, and if it finds the nearest one, it assesses a death tax, right? So all the unit test does, there are basically three parts to it. This part is the arrangement of the test. So it's setting up variables to simulate the environment. So that's all the inputs and all of the dependencies. So these would be like the inputs, and these are the dependencies. Dependencies are other code that the code you're testing is going to call. We simulate or mock them so that we're in control of everything except for the unit that we're testing, which is teleport to nearby respawn. Everything that it calls is simulated. All of its inputs are controlled. That's the whole point of a unit test. If you don't do that, then you're not doing a unit test. You might be doing an integration test, right? Where you're testing a whole subsystem of things, not just one function, but the function and everything it calls, right? So what my mocks generally do is just record the inputs into some kind of list that we check later. So that's what the arrange does. Sets up the mocks and inputs. Then the act is do the thing that we're testing. And then the assert is we just check to make sure that if it returns something, we would check its return value. Otherwise, we're checking all the side effects. So that death taxes had the correct list. That deltas had the correct list in it. And the values in there are what we expect. So that's what unit testing is. Yeah, I can run them whenever. Also, if I were to accidentally change something in here, then the test would break. Also, this specifies what the dependencies are, right? So we know by reading this code that this function is going to expect these game components to exist, and it's going to expect these dependencies, and this is what's going to happen if you call it. It's going to assess a death penalty, or death tax, a penalty to your funds, and it's going to place you in the nearest save spot. We have 5 respawn points. It's going to pick the closest one. So it comes in handy a couple different ways. All right, I'm done with attack. Done with the first one. And it's only been 2 hours. I thought this whole thing would be 4 hours of work. If that's 2 hours, though, how many more hours do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more hours tops. I don't think it'll be. I think this one was one of the biggest ones. That's your work, code testing, just having someone else run it and see if it works. That's also testing, but it's not unit testing. I think that would be called acceptance testing or manual testing. Acceptance testing is usually a human will try something out and see, is it acceptable? And the criteria could be, well known, or it could be just subjective. Are UIs difficult to unit test? Yes, because user interfaces imply that there is a user, which is not a machine. It is a human being. So my personal opinion is user interfaces are best tested through acceptance or manual testing. But there are other people who argue that you should mock the user Ha ha ha, you user. Mock the user and make a unit test for your user interfaces. I think it's a waste of time because almost immediately the developer is going to become the user when they try it out the first time, and there you're testing it manually at that point already. Some things are really hard to do with unit tests, yeah. So if your code is badly designed and it's super complex, you'll discover that when you try to write a unit test. You'll be like, wow, there are so many pathways through this single thing of code that it's almost impossible to write a test. That should be a sign to you that you need to refactor. The units or the individual functions you write should be small enough that you can write a test with reasonably low complexity. And then you can, once they're unit tested, you can put them together. And then if you want to, you can run integration tests, which are higher level tests where you put together units, configure them, and then have a subsystem or a complete system. And then you have an integration test, give it some input, check the output, right? You can't do as much mocking there because you're actually using real components and fitting them together. So it's more complicated. But it's useful if the subsystems are reasonably easy to test, I think. Sounds good. I think integration tests for me in general are a waste of time because it costs more to write the test than it is getting any benefit out. I think if you have your code functions well tested as units, and when you fit them together, generally they'll always work. And in the few cases where they don't work, you'll pretty quickly narrow down the unit that was broken, and then you just update the unit test for that unit to make sure its behavior is correct. Because most bugs that happen that are caught in integration testing are just uncaught unit test bugs, or uncaught bugs in units that you can just update unit tests to capture them. All right, let's do pursuit. Pursuit. Make a new script called what did that button do? That button didn't do anything. This button, NPC pursuit. And from it, we're going to pull stuff from NPC AI. Actually, should I be stripping out the code I've removed here? Yeah, let me do that. So NPC attack took out this one, and that one, right? They're gone. And should make sure that this correctly updated everything. These should have differences. Hold on, let's do the git lens. Oh, removing default weapon and bonus to hit, right? Also. It should have the code removed, and then it should have, that I already removed too. Right, so these should be calling the correct functions from the other script, NPC attack. Yes. There are 4 places where we do it. Cool. So that's a clean separation there. So we need to do the same thing for pursuit. Okay. Where does a pursuit... Is move check only used by pursuit? Can NPC moved? No, this should be its own thing. Because it's shared between the path finding and the can move, which is used by pursuit. So this is another one that I didn't see. NPC movement. Or can, let's just call it NPC can move. Can an NPC move somewhere? So I'll just flip the 2 words. NPC can move. Yeah, sure. NPC can move. And then a corresponding test script for it. NPC can move. Test. Let's use the same name there. All right. Hold on, what did I name those tests in attack in? Okay, I didn't name those tests very well, did I? Hold on, sorry, I'm not talking right now. These test names are old. This should be like, hold on, let me fix this. NPC attack NPC. We should just make that the name of the test. The thing that we're calling should just be the so there'll be a little bit of redundant naming. I don't think it'll be that bad though. And then this is, instead of try to attack, it is, oops, did I hit the wrong thing? Hit the wrong thing. NPC attack. Third one. Attack at. Oh, why is it breaking now? Did I break something? Hold on. Run everything. Or do I need to recycle this? I think when I changed the names of the tests, it got confused. Rescan should fix it, right? Nope, I broke something. Okay, I broke something. Let's collapse. I think I might know what I did. No, I don't know what I did. Blame Ski Dog. Hey there, Rednecks. Yeah, of course. I should always just blame Ski Dog if anything bad happens. Because generally it's his fault, right? How are you doing today, Rednecks? I'm doing coding today. I'm not doing any game stuff, so it's a quite different stream from Ski Dog's stream. Hope you don't mind. Mostly what you'll hear from me is a stream of consciousness describing what I'm thinking and planning as I move through the code and accomplish the task. So today's task is to break up one script into like 12 smaller scripts. Each one is dealing with a different aspect of the logic of an NPC in my game when it is either moving around or attacking or pursuing some goal. So this one is all about attacking, and I'm in the wrong file. Why am I in this file? Oh, I think I might know. I copy-pasted, didn't I? So it got really confused. Yeah, okay, so this file, I should just clear this file out. Yep, that's the problem. I copy-pasted a bunch of tests and didn't change the name. So now when I rescan, that should be all cleared up. With one stubbed out empty test that we're not done yet with. Lua. Cool, all green lights. So we're working on NPC can move. And we're going to put can move. We're going to extract that out. It's this function. Let me take that function and extract it out. We'll write a test for it. This function checks to see if an NPC can move somewhere in the game. Sounds cool, huh? So the way it works is it asks the game to list out all the entities at some position in the world. And it checks to see... Actually, all it's doing is it's delegating to another function. So I should probably include that, right? In this file. Where is it? It's here. As long as that's not called from anywhere else, I'm good. It's called from two places. Oops. There's a move check and a can move. Why are there... Oh, I remember why they're separate. Because one is in the context of we know a position, and the other context is we are looping through all of the tiles that are at a certain position. So they're slightly different. So yeah, let's have both of them in there. So I'm gonna extract this one too. Hold on, did I delete it from where it was? No, I didn't. Okay, so let's do that. Delete it from the old place. There's the new place, and then grab that guy too. So take it, cut it out here, and paste it here, and I'm gonna change the names a little bit. In fact, let's change the name of the overall script. Because I thought it was just gonna be this one function, but it's now two of them. What do we call it? NPC movement. NPC movement? Sure. NPC movement. So the test should be named the same thing. NPC movement test. NPC movement. And then the first test will be testing move check. The second test will be testing the second function. Can NPC move? Now I need to make sure that those names are names that I like. I mean, I guess so. I'll just leave it for now. For the attack ones, I made the file name as the prefix of the name, but that's because there wasn't really much more to the name. But these, there's some context in here. Actually, there's not. These are dumb names. What am I thinking? You're learning SSH and makefiles. Those are completely different things. Is that for work? Because rage should not be something that is a personal pastime, so it's for work. Yes and no. I don't know what the yes was for and what the no was for. So anyway, make files. I don't do make files anymore. You know what I do? I do CMake files. I assume you have no choice. If you did, then CMake files are kind of cool because this makes a make file, but it also makes a Visual Studio project. It makes an Xcode project. Not for work, for something different. Okay. When people are making their own build systems from scratch these days, I don't recommend make files anymore because there are plenty of tools out there that will make the make files for you, and then you can reuse them for Visual Studio or Xcode or whatever. I like CMake. There's also pre-make. There's the older one was called what was it called? Make or something. You have no choice. It's already built. I see. Trying to install something in Ubuntu called Home Lab OS. Yeah, and thank you for the follow. Yeah, makefiles, what's cool about it is that you'll be able to pull in a lot of projects that use makefiles. What's bad is that they're very specific to Linux, Ubuntu kind of environments and aren't going to be very much useful on Windows. I like CMake or other build system builders. They also call them meta build systems because then they're cross-platform. CMake has kind of got a weird syntax though, but I like the fact that it just reduces it to the fundamentals. Here are my header files. Here are my source files. We're going to make a library. We're going to put it in a folder called libraries. Here's where we put our header files. Here's what we need to link with. And by the way, we have some tests. That's all that file says, and that's all CMake needs in order to produce a build file. The make file. Build system generator, there you go. Pre-make. Exactly. I just didn't remember the name of that. I've heard of pre-make, Bobby, and it's on my list of things to learn as possibly a replacement for CMake because I've heard it has a better syntax. And hello, by the way. We'll get to that one of these days, but yeah, anyone making something these days from nothing, like if they don't have to use a makefile, I would suggest doing something like CMake or pre-make, where you don't get locked into any one build system. All right, I need better names for this. Yeah, let's do a global search replace on this symbol. What to call it though? What does it do? it's actually giving us two decisions. It's deciding whether or not it's permitted and whether or not it's denied. And I decided to return a tuple of booleans because essentially there are three conditions. They can't both be true, but all the other three combinations are possible. And I don't know if I was just crazy or thought that it would be easier this way, but another alternative would be to just return this access check results directly. Why don't I do that? Why am I doing this crazy stuff? Oh, probably because where I use that function, it's more convenient. Yeah. It's just more convenient to do it this way. It's easier to read. If the move is permitted, do that. Otherwise, if it's denied, do that. I think that's why I chose that. Is that the only place I check it? There it's pass through, and it depends on where that's called. Let's see that. Ooh, that's bad. That's only checking the permitted flag, right? If you put it in the context of an if, it's going to take the first result and ignore the second one. Actually, that's okay. Because if it's not permitted, we're not going to move even if it's not denied, right? So it's probably okay. Probably okay. We now have a better idea what to name these guys. Let's name this one NPC. Check is a good word, but it's not the best. How about NPC access check? Because it's argument. Hold on. Let's go to its definite. Ooh, what? Oh, I don't want that. Let's leave. That's actually I had to collapse that, and then we don't get that weird diff. Right. This. Oh, okay. This tests against a single entity. That's what it's doing. Right. Okay. So we're gonna say move test entity. Test against entity. Can I make that smaller? Actually, that's a perfect length because it describes what we're doing. We're doing a movement test against a certain entity. Like, can we move onto that entity? Yeah, let's do that. That's what I'm gonna call that one. And then the other one, can move, it's more positional, right? Yeah, so let's call that NPC move test against position. Maybe since they have the same prefix, maybe I can shorten them. Thank you for the follow. Move test against entity. Actually, we can call it can NPC move on entity. What if we could do that? Can NPC move to entity? Sure. And call this one can NPC move to position? Yeah, I like that. Then they're also phrased like a question, so we know that we'll get some booleans out. Actually, this one implies a single boolean, but it gives us two, right? What if we make this one named slightly different? How about we call it test NPC move to entity? And then that'll be a signal to me that it's not a single yes/no. A test could have more. To me, it implies more. In this case, it's going to be returning two things. Can implies yes or no. Yeah, that's what I'm going to go with. All right, so first things first, test NPC move to entity. So it requires a context. They both require a context, but this one needs a caps and an NPC, and this one needs a position. How many paths through this are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so let's enumerate them. The first path through the code is entity is gone. Entity is gone. It's a player not currently logged in. That's an example. So we do, for examples, we do IE. By the way, it's something I memorized, right? IE means example. EG means in other words. I kind of drummed that into my head so that, because I would get the two confused, right? So whenever I see IE, I replace that in my brain with for example. For example. And then whenever I see EG, I see in other words. So in other words, and I just used it to in explaining itself. If this elaborates on that, I use EG. But if this is an example, one of many possibilities, then I use IE. Do I have them backwards? I would be really embarrassed if I have them backwards. I'm pretty sure IE is for example. I mean actually maybe I do have them backwards. Yeah, I had them backwards, sorry. It's this way. So this should be EG. Example given. Okay, I'm embarrassed. Hi. Embarrassed here. So I had them backwards. So I need to reinforce that. Embarrassment helps reinforce things in my brain. E.g., example given. Is that the way you remember it? And IE is in other words. Is example? No. How's progress? Progress is okay. I just got IE and EG mixed up, and I'm embarrassed, so now I corrected that. What we're doing today, Frost Ice Cold, and hello, by the way. And hi there, iGrock. What I'm doing today is breaking up the large script that controls George, who you see there. I'm breaking up his script into like 12 smaller scripts to make it easier to manage them and to write tests for them. So I already finished all the testing for all the attacking, rolling for damage, for hit, killing other NPCs like the slimes. That's all tested now. Now I'm doing the can move. And this should go quicker. I should get faster and faster as I get to the end here. When I'm done, then all of my Lua scripts will be have corresponding tests, and I'll be very happy. Yeah, they are Latin. I think you're right. IE and EG, that is. Okay. The possible paths through this function test NPC move to entity, right? We're enumerating them because that's what we do for tests. We want to test every pathway through this code. So this is if the entity is gone. So the second one would be they are blocked by another NPC. Well, other NPC. Entity is another NPC. And they're not a guide. Entity is another PC, and the subject is not a guide. And the third one is entity is a player, and the subject is not a guide. Fourth one is that they are permitted. Entity permits NPC access. And then the next one is entity denies. And then the other one is entity neither permits nor denies NPC access. There we go. Is it normal to always ask stuff and feeling lost? When you're learning, yeah. Any tips? Don't feel bad about asking stuff and feeling lost. That's my tip number 1. Don't feel bad about it. It's normal. Tip number 2, find different people you can ask that can tolerate the questions. So if you ask the same person over and over again for stuff and they start to get irritated, it's probably time to move on to someone else. Best case scenario, you find someone that you can ask and they don't mind you asking and they become your mentor. That's what a mentor is. Mentor is someone who guides you, meaning that you get to ask them stuff all the time and they help you get the answers. Yeah, I guess tip number 3 would be to practice looking stuff up on your own. And then hopefully you'll know what to do when you get lost, which would be look stuff up. You know what resources to search through to get your answers so that you're not lost anymore. But yeah, number 1 is very important. Don't feel bad about asking. Don't feel bad about being lost. It's normal. It's going to happen. Get through it. You don't want to let it get you discouraged and then you stop and then you fail. And don't let that happen. Too much custom-made stuff. Well, then you're gonna be the custom-made stuff is going to require that you ask stuff because the answer is not obvious, right? I feel like it'd be cleaner if this function just return a boolean for explicit allow or deny, then accept a parameter for what should be returned in the case of neither. Well, maybe. I'll give you a point for that. Let me consider that. Right now, I'm only using it from 2 different contexts. I think I left it open because I wasn't sure what context it would be used in. So I'm like, I'll just say, look, if this hand is up, it was permitted. If this hand is up, it was denied. So it's either going to be that or that or that. I'll leave it up to the caller to figure it out. But you're right. It might be clearer and cleaner if it was just a yes, no, depending on another input, right? Okay, but that's what it currently does, and I'm just going to get a test to verify it works correctly with all those paths. So I need to recreate these paths. First one is where we give it an entity which has a position component which has a G flag of true. So yeah, let's just do that. We can do it in, this is act, right? And maybe assert as well. We'll have an arrange. I keep doing the C++ comment. Your thought is that in any context, the caller will have to pick some behavior with. Well, one thing I got to consider is in my game, you might have weird situations like this where there's a bridge on top of a water, and the bridge and water have different rules about whether you can access it or not, and so the order matters. If the water is on top of the bridge, you can't walk on it, right? You would drown if you can't swim. But if the bridge is on top of the water, you can walk across the bridge. So order matters. So the way I have the access check working is it checks from top to bottom, and it stops when you either get a permit or a deny. But if you get neither, it continues searching down the stack. So in other words, if you can't walk on the bridge, it asks, can you walk on the water? The answer is no, then sorry. But if you can, then yeah. If neither, I think I have it set to where if you exhaust all entities, it says, I guess you can go because nothing's blocking you. Have to go? Oh, thanks for stopping by, Frost Ice Cold. It's nice to see you. And nice to see your chat, I should say. So yeah, that was the problem I grok, is that when we have stacks of things on top of each other that answer the questions differently, and then we have to go in order. There really are 3 possibilities. Either you stop with a yes, you stop with a no, or you're like, maybe, go to the next thing in the stack. Yeah. But I think still what you said is valid, because we could program in some kind of extra input to carry that contextual information of like where you are in the stack and what, I just can't envision it right now, but I'll explore that because it is kind of clunky right now to be returning a tuple like this. So what I did in the C++, because you can't return a tuple very, very easily, I made it an enum. So that's what the C++ version of it returns you an enum. I think it's permit, deny, or neither. Let's see if I if I got that right. It's like permit, deny, or neither. No, in the C++. Pass. I think pass meant like if you're going round robin and you're asking people to make a decision and someone says pass, that means they didn't really make a decision. They're passing to the next person. But where am I declaring that? How come I'm not seeing it in C++? Would it be in here? How come there are two definitions? I don't know, let's go to this one. Oh, access check result. This is returned if access is neither permitted nor denied. So yeah, I call it pass. As a rough equivalent of a tuple. I just found it in Lua more convenient to have a tuple. Okay, so the arrangement's gonna be, we're gonna have a something that's gone. So test player logged out. Test entity. Actually, let's call it entity. Player logged out. And then we'll have to make it look like they're logged out. So that's game.components.position with that entity is something that has a G equals true in it. That means they're logged out, right? Yeah, no problem, Igrok. It was a very valid discussion, I think. It is an interesting problem. And I probably am not done looking into it, because I bet you the more complex I make the maps and the rules about access, like what if there's a force field on top of the bridge, but the force field shouldn't affect boats going under the bridge? It'll get really complicated, right? Then we might have access checks where the force field is asked, well, are you on top of a bridge or not? And then if you're a boat, then maybe you can go on. So it can get really weird. Of course, I could solve that by just breaking it up to where, like, the force field is on one side of the bridge or the other, for example. Anyway, this one will have context, right? Hold on. Caps and in, so the the context can be shared, right? What do we do with caps? We just check its M field, so we can say caps is an M with something in it, and I like 1 because 1 is what I've been using for can move on the ground but nothing else. And what else do we need? NPC. What do we do with NPC? We check if it's a guide, and that is it. So really, I'll be changing that part. Maybe keep that as is, and then actually, I think what I'm gonna do. Guess I can set a default here. Sure. It's just for a guide. Actually, that implies that there's another path to this code, right? We have to test that a guide is not blocked by another NPC. Entity is another NPC, and the subject is a guide. Entity is a player, and the subject is a guide. And so for those, I'll need to like flip-flop things. Let's just set it every test here. Context guide equals false. And that's true. False again, true again. False, 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 false. Hey there, Piano Boxer. How are you today? Making tests for can NPCs move in my game. Okay, and we're ultimately going to call this function test NPC move to entity, and it's going to return 2 things, right? So we'll say local permit deny equals that. The syntax is a little weird in Lua when you can return multiple return values. It's like a tuple, but it doesn't have any syntax around it. You can return any number of things, actually. And this takes context, entity, and depth. So the entity is going to be the blogged out one, right? And the depth, do I even use that? I don't even use depth. What is it doing in this function? It's not used at all. I'm just going to drop it. I'm not going to pass it in. And I can discard it later. Okay, and then we will moon unit expect. What do we expect? False, false, right? All right. Entity is another NPC. So entity other NPC. So let's make one. Local, that is 11. So what marks it as another NPC is has component. So we need to mock that. Has component is a function that takes an entity. And we'll just make it really simple. If entity is the other NPC. Oh, wait a minute. It takes two things, doesn't it? Right, so it's a type. Component type. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to that's in utilities, right? Let's just lift it from there. Yeah, it's small enough. Let's just lift the function as is. Here. Like that. That means that I need to actually make an NPC with this entity. And I don't need to put anything in it because I think it just checks to see if it doesn't actually use it. Yeah. Doesn't actually use it. It doesn't even have a name for it. Okay. So this should be true, false, true. It's denied. Oh, that's if it's not a guide. If it is a guide, it's going to do an access check. We're going to want to mock that. Equals function, self, entity, mobility. And do I have a mock for that already in common? I have that mocked, but I don't have access check mocked. Okay. I suppose we will let other NPCs block you, or not. How about entity ground? So the other NPC will block you. While we're at it, I should have a player that's not logged out, right? Logged in. We'll have these things both block and that not block. So, if entity is the ground, then return this constant permit. Else, deny. Or no, there was one where I needed to neither permit nor deny, right? Hold on a sec, I got a cough. I forgot to get something to drink, too. When I take a break, I'll have to get something to drink. I'm completely devoid of cups. I just realized I have nothing to drink. So this will deny it. But actually, maybe we should probably neither permit nor deny if it's a guide is true, right? Let's have the if the entity is the other PC, then I didn't even bother to make the past constant. I should just do it. Okay. So how will this work? It'll return false, false, right? Because it's neither permitting nor denying. It'll do the access check. Right. Do I want to test that the access check is done? I can do that pretty easily. I can just set a flag here. So like local access check performed. And then just say that's true. And then just reset it afterwards. Like that. And then moon unit expect false of it. And here expect it's a guide, right? So we'll expect true. And true there. This should be a false because not a guide, NPCs block each other. Also here, false. But here, and the other places it'll be true. Actually, we already have a test for that, so let's delete that one so we're not redundant. Okay. Not a guide. So it's the same setup. Not a guide will return what's denied. Oh, this one was false, right? Neither permit nor deny. So an NPC does not block or does not permit nor deny access to a guide. Because it'll check, it'll end up in this path. Guide is false, though. It'll go into here and will deny if it's a player or an NPC. So actually, this is very same as this. Only this is entity player logged in. I need to make sure it's a player. Player logged. Oh, they also need to have a player component, don't they? This one does. Player. Doesn't have to have anything in, it just has to exist. Okay. This is false. Actually, it doesn't even need to be present. Cool. Okay, so this, well, actually, this part goes here. Oh, I didn't set if it's permitted or denied. It would be denied. So let's neither permit nor deny. Just pass for or entity player logged in. So where are we denying access to then? A wall or something? That would actually simplify my logic down here. I can say if it's a wall, deny. Otherwise, pass. So I really want to deny access, make it a wall. So gone. No decision. Another NPC and it's a guide. No decision. Not a guide, you're denied. Okay, so for a player, it's neither permit nor deny, and we do an access check. A player not a guide will deny you access, no access check. Okay, and then a permit would be if there's a ground. Entity ground. And a deny would be wall. It actually doesn't matter if guide is true or false, right? This should be a true. Oh, wait a minute. No, we're resetting it. Expect true. Got it. Okay, cool. That took me longer to do than I thought it would. Okay, it's not running. I probably have a syntax error. No. No, it ran. Okay, fine. No, it didn't. This one. It broke how? Global test NPC move to entity. Why not? Oh, because it's still marked as a local. Not local anymore. What about the other one? Yeah, I need to fix that one too. Function. Try again. Different error. NPC is nil. Oh. This requires an NPC on line 55? No. Line 55 here. Right. It goes to line 19 here. Oh, shoot. NPCs from context. Did I forget to put that in there? Yep. NPC equals... Oh. Yeah, that should just be that. And this should... It's not context guide, it's context NPC guide. Missed one. There we go. Yay. Okay, cool. One down. Next. Can NPC move to position? So we just need to mock the one we just implemented. So there will really only be... Oh, wait a minute. This is the one that tests the stack, right? Okay, so let's enumerate some test conditions. Everything passes. First entity denies. First entity allows. Second entity denies. Second entity allows. That pretty much covers it, right? Because third folds into the second case because it's just another pass, right? I guess I can say on this one, first entity passes, second entity denies. And we can leave this for the last. We can just have two entities, right? There we go. Two entities. Okay. Can I just mock that to make it easier? function self visitor XY zone. I could just have it return, have it call the visitor on just two different entities all the time. So like visitor first entity, visitor second entity, just to make it easy. And we can say like local first entity is 1, second entity is 0, is 2. There's a depth. I don't think the depth actually used. Yeah, I think I can drop that depth thing, so we'll just make it past nil. Yeah, just nothing right now. Actually, it shouldn't be nil. Oh, I can just put some test depth. Or no, it's going to be called from top down, so we should have like 1 and then 0. So that anyone reading this knows that that's the proper order in which the game would actually behave. Okay. And then we're going to mock this one specifically here. So it's context entity depth. Actually, and we're going to say we don't really need the depth. And for the first, we'll say if entity is first entity, then return false true, right? Permit deny. End. We'll know the other one has to be the second, right? Actually, we don't. We can do a check here. Moon unit expect equal to second entity for entity. If we get to there, and then just return. Actually, we shouldn't get here, right? So this should be expect first entity. It shouldn't test the second one. Right. And then it will return so this is just folding it into it's permitted and not denied. Oh, okay. So I misspoke earlier. I said that if everything in a stack passed, the default would be to permit, but it looks like at least one has to permit. So that means things can no longer wander into the void because there won't be any entities at all. The default will be false and false. False and not false is false. So you won't be able to move there. Okay. So we would expect moon unit expect false for this given the context just has the position in it. Oh, we should also expect the context. So like local context equals something in here. It has to have a position. What's a position used for? To extract the z coordinate, okay. Z equals 42. Sure. That's it, right? And then I can expect that the correct we'll call this the test context. We expect that for the context at that point. All right. So that's test context. The X, Y, and Z doesn't matter, right? Actually, it would matter. I need to expect it there. So let's put the position there. No, it's separate. So local test X 5, local test Y 9. We should expect that. Moon unit expect equal test X for X. test y for y, and then moon unit, expect test context position z for z. All right, and then I can do the same. I can use the same variables here. Right. Cool. So that's where first one denies. First entity allows would be true, false. First entity passes, second denies would be that we return false, false. And then we expect the second one to be the second entity. And then we return false, true. And then this one is second allow, so it's true, false. And then everything passes would be false, false. Okay. This becomes a true because the second entity allows it. That's a false. This is a true. That's a false. And we're ready to go. Do it. Did that run it? How come the lines aren't aligned? Rescan to get it correct. Okay. I hate it when things pass the first try, so let me break this. I must break you. If I do that, actually that depth is not used. If I do that, it'll break horribly, right? But I don't know how it breaks. Let's break it by doing true here. Oops. Oh yeah, that doesn't change it. That should change it though. Yep. Expect true to be false. Okay, so that did do it. Cool. Done with movement checks. Slower than I thought. So that took an hour to do that one. This one took 2 hours. That one took 1 hour. Yeah, it's going to take me longer. I thought this would be 4 hours, but after 3 hours, we're only done with that much. Dang it. Whoops. How much is there in pursuit? Try to pursue direction, try to pursue entity. Get spawn, we should move that out, shouldn't we? That's really generic. Maybe move that to utilities? Or maybe keep it local? Make it part of AI? It's used in tether. No, it's not used in get tether. It's used in act. I kind of want to make a utility for that. Even though it's specific. Do I have other specific things in utilities though, right? Yeah, I got like get player inventory, so why can't I have get spawn? Let's move that to utilities. Get spawn. So make that a top level function with its own test. So you test utilities. Utility test. Get right here. Get spawn. Okay. How to test get spawn. Stub out with components. Okay. Easy enough. We've done that here. stubbed out. We will expect position in NPC class to be looked up. And we'll be setting up the position NPC class. So game components. I need to have a entity. NPC entity. 10. Components NPC. Position of NPC is, it's going to extract X, Y, and Z from that. X equals 2, Y equals 4, Z equals 42. Why not? Game components NPC class of NPC entity. What do we need from that? Spawn range, okay. 99. So then we're going to call the thing, and it's going to return, so it's going to return something. Just moon unit expect equal something when we call it on the NPC. Oh. It's the class, so that's not the NPC entity, that's the NPC class entity. Local NPC is class equals that. And then that's NPC. There we go. Hey there, N. Perry. How are you doing? Before you said hello, there was 27 minutes of silence in chat. Makes me think Twitch was broken. But I think it's more that I made everyone fall asleep with my monotonic voice. This is just extracting this data, right? So I should just be able to say X equals 2, Y equals 4, Z equals 42, spawn range equals 99. Just a quiet bunch. Yeah, I put 715209 to sleep, obviously. Just had to eat lunch, so yeah, everyone was either quiet or eating lunch or shy. Yeah, that's fine. I would be probably eating lunch now too if I wasn't streaming. Yep, you woke everyone up. Good job, N. Perry. Best VIP. Run this again. Utilities, right? Run it again. Okay, that's broken, so let's rescan. Hey there, Prof Elements 1. How are you doing? Ooh, did I break it? No. Just this one. Actual value missing key spawn. Oh, probably because it's renamed, right? It's just range, not spawn range. There we go. Done. So we extracted out and wrote a test for get spawn. Yeah, today I'm breaking apart NPC AI Lua. It started out at 900 lines, now it's just under 700 lines, and it's going to take me probably another day, unfortunately. I was hoping to finish it today. Yeah, refactoring it means mostly splitting it up, and then after I split it up and running tests for it. So I have done 2 of these, and then one not on the list I pulled out, and Pursuit was next. I'm not going to get through this whole, I have to be resigned to the fact I'm not going to get through the whole thing today. Pursuit is try to pursue direction, try to pursue entity. Okay, let's pull these out. Let's pull them out first by making a file for it. So NPC pursuit. Thank you for the follow, by the way. And then NPC pursuit is going to have these functions in it. So that goes there. And then all the locals become functions. Just because it's my style to do that for top level functions that are not being mocked. And then I would like to rename them to have the NPC in front. So let's do a search replace. We'll call it NPC try to pursue direction. Actually, let's call it NPC pursuit try direction. I like that much better. Yes, please. Okay, and then try to pursue. Well, do NPC pursuit try. And then the last one is probably just, yeah. That should be NPC pursuit entity. Well, hold on. What was this before? Try to pursue entity. Okay, so it's just the same thing with entity at the end. Try entity. There we go. So 3 functions need 3 tests, right? So let's go to the tests and make a new test. NPC pursuit test. Pursuit. And this is the first, which is try direction. Next, try, and then try entity. This looks like there should be another word there. What is it actually doing? How much of Omni Arena has become Lua code? Not that much. I could do a quick word count. Realm server, EC source, ECS scripts, word count, all the Lua code. Almost 2,000 lines, but 900 of them are, well, 300 of them are, no, actually, no, they're not. They got moved, right? This was 900, not 621. So yeah, just under 2,000 lines. But let's see, can I do just in the Realm server alone, word count of all my C++ code. So over 9,000 lines. Over 9,000 lines! And that's just the Realm server alone. It's not all of the dependencies. So I did the slock count. Oh, do I not have a command for that? I had a note page for it, though. Slock, right? Yeah. So that's at the beginning of the year. That's so 47,000 lines that I wrote. But that's including a lot of lines of code from like system abstractions and stuff. So if the scripts are almost 2,000 lines, it's on the same order as like the JSON class or the URI class, or like twice as big as the hash functions. Yeah, the Realm server has grown from 7,300 to 9,200. So that kind of gives you a rough comparison. So the Lua code is actually bigger than I thought it would be. I thought it would be smaller than roughly 2/9, right, of the Realm server. Actually, we're not even counting the coordinator. That's another 10,000 lines. So half of that. So 1/9. 1/10, or roughly 1/10. I guess that is on the order of where I thought it was. So there we go. Very, 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 very roughly 1/10 the size. Can I go back? Yes, I can. The Lua code is 1/10 the size of the C++ code. Very, very roughly. Okay, I wanted to try to figure out if these names match what they do. So try direction does do a move. This is a movement where we request the game to take the entity that corresponds to the NPC and set their position to new coordinates. And we also say that we did it. So that name looks good. What about this one? I think the return value means the same thing. it's going to be true if the move happened. There are two paths through where it won't happen. Yeah, left and right or up and down, and we tried and failed. Yeah, so the return value means the same thing, but what is it doing? Okay, it's trying to pursue a position. This is a direction, this is a position, right? This isn't really a direction either. This is a delta. And this computes the delta and calls... Oh, this is doing a Manhattan... Or what do you call it? Not Manhattan distance, but the kind of path that's really super simple, right? It's just trying to... If it's further away in the horizontal direction, it moves horizontally first. And if it can't, then it moves vertically. So this is ultra simple pathfinding, isn't it? And this is just a wrapper for that, looking up the position of the entity. So then this is really try position. Can I search for that and do whole word? Why don't do whole word? Well, it's the same number of results. Should be a different number of results. Oh, I'm not doing whole word. Whole word. Okay, there. Let's call it try pursuit, try position. So if you're given an entity, it looks up the position of that entity and then tries to pursue the position of the entity. And then direction, I think I'm going to call it delta. Delta position. Because it's not really a direction. There we go. All right. Okay. Am I still using any of this logic, or has it been replaced with A-star? A-star pathfinding is replacing some of it. This is still used when going from one checkpoint along the path to the other, so it's always going to go to an adjacent position. So it's doing the degenerate path through this, where we don't really need to do this sign at all. dx and dy are either going to be 0, 1, or -1 already. We're also using this when we're pursuing an enemy. But when I pursue the enemy, I really do want to do A-star paths. So A-star pathfinding will replace this completely, but right now it's not. So I guess this is temporary code. This would keep, though, because we need to do the movement check. I presume that if we fail the movement check, we might want to reevaluate the path, right? Like if we've computed a path with A-star, and then while we're moving along the path, we get blocked, we probably want to recompute a path at that point, right? Something like that. So we'll probably keep this and augment the caller to recompute a path, and we'll probably drop this function entirely along with this. Yeah. So the answer to your question, Agrok, is partially, but not completely. Okay, so I want to mock this. What am I doing? I should just do this. There we go. And then we can, well, that's easy. I can just have that mocked in 2 different scenarios. Blocked, not blocked. So the blocked case, context in X and Y. We return Actually, it doesn't matter, right? Well, do we want to check the... I think I do want to do a check. So we'll return false. But we want to do a check. Expect equal test context context. And X and Y. Next question then is, does it make sense to write tests for a function you know you'll be deprecating? Yeah, but I haven't deprecated it yet. Does it make sense? I think so, because this is not going to be the first thing I do. The first thing I'm going to do is fix George's aggro, right? So the first thing I'm going to do after I get all the tests running is fix George so that he does not aggro by Manhattan distance, but aggroes by pathfinding cost. So that won't change this. So when I'm making those unrelated changes, I'm going to want these tests to make sure I don't break the pursuit code by accident. So it won't be as valuable, but it'll be non-zero value. I don't know. Are you trying to make me skip it? I don't think it'll be that bad. Let me get through it. This would be return true. And then we would do moon unit expect false for pursue test context test nx test ny. And that is true. And I just need to define all those things. Test context equals what's used from the context. NPC entity. NPC entity 10, sure. And position needs to have an X and a Y. Oh, that's a delta, not a... Okay, I messed that up. I'll fix it in a second. dx is 1, dy is 0, sure. You rarely unit test any of your own game dev stuff, so you're not used to this level of rigor? I'm glad you enjoy it. Retrospectively, when in the future I look back at retrospectively, it could be that I'll find that I wasted an hour here. But even then, I think I wouldn't consider a complete waste, because just the practice of doing this is helping me get used to it and making it faster to develop new tests, which would be valuable. So that's how I'm going to justify it. See how that works? Oh, I did this wrong. This should be position. Yeah, I did this wrong. There's not a delta x. It's an x, so like 2 and 4 or something like that. Could abbreviate it. And that's it. And then I need a delta x and y. You know what I can do? I can just put in like 1, 0, and just rig this to be test context dot position dot x plus 1. And then that's y. And then here I can do something different, like 0 and -1. And then change these up a little bit. That's just x, and that's y minus 1. And then we're done. Rescan, please. Up. Mess something up. Close parentheses somewhere. 25. Don't see it yet, but it's got to be somewhere. Oh, right there it is, right there. So it's going to be another one right there. Cool. Position. Okay, so this one is going to test like a couple different scenarios, right? So pursue. What if they're both 0? Yeah. So pursue same position. pursue. I should test all of the paths, right? So those are 8 different, right? 2, 4, 6, or 2. Yeah, 2, 4, 8. Yep. You can imagine that they are, if you draw the X and Y axis and then you draw the diagonals, all of the pi wedges now are all of these different pathways that are not 0. Pursue, let's number them. Octant 1. Note. In this test, octant refers to one of the 8 partitions you get when you divide 2D space along the X axis, Y axis, and the 2 diagonals. Numbering, we will number them starting at 1 at the octant containing x equals 1, y equals 2. Well, -2. And proceeding clockwise, because that's how my brain works. Pi, I know, I'm hungry. Octants, yeah, we're dividing space into 8. Pursue octant 1, so we'll end up calling this, it's going to return something. Can return whatever we want, so we can have some of them return true, some of them return false. Actually, I'm going to want 2 cases, right, for every octant, because it'll try to go up and then it'll try to go right if it gets blocked. Actually, there's going to be 3 cases. Going up succeeds, or it fails and you try to go right and that succeeds, or you could try to go right and that fails. So there's actually 24 different possibilities, right? We rather wording? Maybe better wording? Okay. Oh, Crumpet! 4 months? Sorry about your name getting wrapped there. It only fits so many characters. Oh, I didn't mean to say hey to A squared. I meant to give him a point. Thank you for your support, Crumpet. I appreciate that. Let me use this wording from A squared that I give him a point for. Starting with the first octant above the x-axis and continue clockwise. Yeah, but there are 4 octants above the x-axis. You also have to specify it's above the x-axis and adjacent to the y-axis. Does that make sense? You want to go counterclockwise? Matches more how phrasing angle measurements is worded. Oh, you'd want me to start off like x equals 2, y equals -1. Above the positive. So there are 2 octants above the positive x-axis, though. Right? You mean the one below. So closer to the x-axis, not the y. Hey there, Whitmog. I'm doing okay. How are you? I'm trying to design some tests for some game scripts right now. These scripts are what controls my NPCs. So the script we're looking at right now is the one where when let's say George is pursuing this slime, he's going to try to go to the right, and if he can't, he'll try to go up because it's in, this is the first octant. Second octant would be if from here to the slime, right? And then third would be from here up to here. Fourth would be over to there. Fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. Counterclockwise. Okay, so this one, again, there's going to be 3 of these, right? So moon unit, expect true. All of these just take context. It's the variation in the context that matters. So what we're gonna vary? We're going to vary the target position, really. X equals, actually for clarity, let's use the subject position. So that's, where is the, oh, it's position. So it's context position plus 2, y equals context, that's x. Position dot y minus 1. That puts it firmly into octant 1. We're thinking the same octant numbers? Except that I'm starting at 1. Do you know why I'm starting at 1 and not 0? Because it's Lua! And then, actually, it's not the target position changing. What is changing? Oh, it's that we're putting obstacles in the way, right? It's the way we're mocking NPC pursuit tri-delta. You know what would be most convenient would be to have a table of NPC pursuit tri-delta mocks, right? Let me think about this. We can have like expected, yeah, we'll just have a different table each time of what's expected. So expected directions, or just to have directions or steps, and it'll be a list. So the first thing it should try is mdx is why do I call it m? What did m stand for? I don't know. It should be just dx though. Dx is it should try 1 0 first, right? And then we'll say that it succeeds. So we'll keep it simple. And the second one would be it can't go to the right, it'll try to go up. Right? And that would succeed. And then the third would be that it tries to go right and then up and fails. And that would be a false. Okay. Momentum? Yeah, it could be. I just don't remember. Are you still using CMake? For C++, I am, yeah. Or Lua, I don't need to because it's not compiled. Octants are numbered increasing from 1 such that the first octant is the region formed by the positive x-axis and the positive y-axis. That's even more wordy, though. This is probably good enough, right? Above the x-axis, so it's like adjacent to. We could say above and adjacent to. What if we say that, right? How about that? Hey there, Krasner, Mernin. I forgot to wave to someone. I missed some chat. I missed some chat from Fargo. Where was that? What time was that at? Fargo bitwise. Oh, that was way back at 1257. I'm sorry. Here, a much belated wave. There we go. Above and adjacent. Yeah. All right. So we'll want to declare that local, and we're gonna have a context. It's gonna have some common things in it, right? Limited. Ooh, that's another thing. What does limited do? If limited, there's some extra logic here. Oh, if it's too far away, we'll cancel the pursuit. That doesn't matter. So we can have like pursue same position, pursue distant position beyond, how about just distant position, limited pursuit. That would test into here. And then we'll have like a pursue nearby position, limited pursuit. And then the other ones, I'm just going to skip that code. I just continue. Yeah, let's just do this one. Context. Limited is true. And then here, I guess just for consistency, do I set it to false for all of them? That's going to be, this is going to be kind of tedious. Although Premake uses Lua, which is nice. I think you'll learn CMake since you don't know how to integrate Premake with Visual Studio Code. I'm going to figure that out one day. Because no one that I know likes CMake besides myself. And when people are looking for advice on how to build stuff or they want to rebuild my code, it'd be kind of nice if there's an alternative to CMake because no one likes it. Okay, pursue same direction. We can put that in here, right? Sure, that doesn't matter. This is just same position. The steps, it shouldn't even go a step. Actually, it should go a step 0, right? And I don't need to test the false case, do I? Actually, no, I only need to test I do need to test the false case there. I do, yeah. Maybe I only need to, no, I need to do that for all adoctants, yeah. Okay, what else is in context? Limited, we're setting every single case. NPC, what's in, NPC's got something in it. Aggro range. 10, why not? What else does NPC have in it? Nothing. Okay, and what does position have in it? Some kind of position. And it has to have a Z in it also. So 2, -4, oops, should be x equals y equals zone 42. And then we need a target position. Oh, I should have a attempt to pursue when they're gone and when they're in a different zone. Pursue entity that is gone. Pursue entity that is in a different zone. So, context dot position target position dot z. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm only doing like limited a few times here. Let's make limited false by default. Remove that, and we set it to true once. And we'll say these tests are specifically for limited pursuits. And then what's that arrow? It's like Alt 24, Alt 25, Alt 25, and 24. Okay. Convenient to memorize those. These are unlimited pursuits. So limited is false. And then actually, what if I make it properly bracketed? And then I can kind of bracket the zone stuff too. These tests are specifically for other targets in other zones. I know it's silly because I only have one thing in it. My line of up arrows. And then that gets reset back to context.position.zone. X equal, okay, this, let's just have some defaults in there. There we go. CMake is the closest thing to an industry standard at this point, so pre-make is not very popular. You can only generate projects. Scans uses Python. I used to love scans. Then I saw how Qualcomm used scans, and it scarred me for life. Also, I ran into issues training my team to use scans because what we were building was needed some kind of needed some things from the scan that wasn't in scans. Like scans didn't handle dependencies between projects very well. Or at least I couldn't figure out how to make it work. Whereas CMake was a lot cleaner. So someone at Qualcomm convinced me to move from scans to CMake. He had two arguments. One was that dependencies are much easier to manage, and the second argument was it's built-in support in Android Studio. So I'm like, okay, sold. You like scones? Is it scon? I usually say scons, but I guess you could say it's scons. Just like CMake could be smake, I guess. Making me hungry, and Perry. Okay, the different zone. We're just gonna add one. Okay, I'm gonna do the same thing here. These tests are specifically for targets that are gone. And then have the up arrows too. And we're gonna reset this, right? What's gone is the G in target position. False, and this would be true. Those are my brackets, right? Pursue an entity that's gone, pursue an entity that's in a different zone. So we would just expect false, and steps would be we can have a variable to see how many steps were taken, actually. All right, so this should be false. This should also be false. True, true. Okay, limited pursuit, because I don't need to do that then. Nearby position. Okay, that was nearby position. Distant position would be like 100 or something. And the steps there's no steps. This should be a false. Should not try to pursue them. This will try to pursue. Okay, and then octant 1. Okay, good. You're running the database and the web server on the same EC2 instance. Am I a bad person? No, I don't think so. Why would they need to be on different instances? Let's go through that. What would be good reasons for them not to be on the same instance? Perhaps the instance is running out of memory or CPU. So that would be a question. Are you running out of memory or CPU? And then I guess if the answer is no, then we continue on. Next thing would be, are you concerned about the stability of the instance? Are you going to want to take the instance down without affecting one or the other of the database or the web server? Do you want the database to run while the web server is down? Yeah, well, the scaling question, I guess, would go along with the first question, right? Not only are you out of memory or are you out of CPU now, but would you ever be if you scale? How do the database and web server scale differently? If you don't have an obvious clear answer that of no, if it's like possibly in the future you might not fit on the same EC2 instance, you might want to just put them on separate instances right from the get-go so that you don't run into that scaling problem later. Because if you put them on the same EC2 instance now and you start to like build in assumptions that they're on the same instance, then when you're forced to separate them, then you'll have more work on your hands. Whereas if right now you could just don't build any assumptions in, but you could still put them on the same server, they just talk to each other through localhost, right? So yeah, if it's a clear answer of no, that you'll never run into a problem with them being on the same instance, then no problem. Otherwise, it might be good to put them on different instances, or at least set it up so that you could. And you could start them on the same instance, so then move them to different instances later. That's what I did for my game. So my game, I have 3 servers, but they're all on the same host. I can move them to different hosts though, and I tested that really early on to make sure it would work. So if I need to, I could put them on different EC2 instances. But I haven't needed to yet. So who knows? In the future, I might have to scale up and put them on different instances. Hey, Toulouse. You're back. Oh no, you weren't here today. How are you doing? Nui got some points and is catching up on you. You know, I need to take a... Ooh, it's been past 4 hours already. I'm like, my throat is dry. I need something to drink. And then I'm like, oh, wow. I've been going for almost 4 hours. Do I need to do anything right now today? Tuesday. Actually, I can go for another 3 hours if I needed to. But I want to eat. Okay, let me go take a quick break to get something to drink. But yeah, I'm going to make it a long day for me as well. I'll come back and do a little bit more work for at least an hour. But yeah, let me take a quick break just to get something to drink. And then where's my controls? There it is. I'll be right back. I'm back. Some questions came in. How come this isn't working? Do I need to refresh my featured chat? My featured chat's broken. Here, let me reconnect to it. Now it's working. That was weird. So yeah, A Squared asks, could the zones in the game be separated across instances, supposing you had some super heavy load zones? I thought about that. So the initial design had me split up the game into different realms. So the idea would be that if I would run a completely different copy of the game on a different cluster, and there'd be some kind of handoff if you switch between realms. And so a realm would be a world. So every world is its own cluster. But then I started thinking I might need to subdivide it even further. So I might end up having within the same realm separate clusters. But I haven't figured that out yet. But yeah, I from the start I did intend to eventually have it so where there are multiple games or realms, and there'd be handoff between them, and it would probably be some kind of zone transition. So it would be not only transitioning the zone, but you'd be transitioning to a different realm, and there'd be a special handoff where you'd connect to a different server and then disconnect from the original one. I don't know how not real. I don't know how existing games out there do that, but the way I was thinking about doing it would be, yeah, your client would connect to a different server. And so if you logged back into the default server here, it would immediately say, well, you're in a different world. Go connect to this other server. You'd be like world2.omniarena.com or something like that. And so then I could subdivide just by making a realm mean something more fine-grained than a world. So, yeah. But I'm also thinking of having phases too, because for example, let's say there are like 100 players that start out in this little area of the world, right? And the first one talks to George and says, "Guide me out." And so George heads out. So one player is being guided, and you have 99 other characters not being guided. That would kind of suck, right? It'd be super crowded. It might be really chaotic. So one thought I had is maybe certain zones that would have high congestion, and there's like very sensitive context, like a guide that's leading you out, or maybe it's a quest where you have to escort someone, that every single party would get their own phase or copy of all of the entities involved in that local region. And every time a new player or new party came into the area, they would get their own copy, essentially. Could you hot swap the WebSocket? Hot swap the WebSocket. Well, in the client, yeah, because the client can hold on to more than one WebSocket. So we would be connected to one server, connect to the second, disconnect from the first. Then you're good, right? It's like a handoff. I suppose you would not need to re-authenticate because in the backend between the two servers, the one would say to the other, hey, this guy here, Jim, he's going to connect to you with this token, all right? And they would say, okay, I'll trust you. So I think once you authenticate to one server, then within that private network between servers, it would pass along your credential for you. So you would just pass along a token that's handed out to you during the handoff, saying, when you connect to this server, tell them this token. Servers, yeah. Be the bro network of servers. Hey there, Red Sky 1. How are you doing today? How come I keep thinking like that people have already been here, and I'm not getting yesterday and today really confused. I don't know. These are interesting discussions. I like this. Okay, let me make sure I don't screw this up. We need 4 things in the context. I have 4 things. That's good. Position has to have a gone. Well, if it has a gone, then we get an immediate false. There's a zone, so the zone will match, and then I set it and I set it back. I say we're good so far, right? Sure hope they're not exploiting my shaky memory or to get extra hellos. Well, my stream helper is telling me I don't need to wave to them. So I'm like, really? I thought they're new here today. Right, get the difference, and then for the limited pursuit range, it's interesting. It has its own built-in Manhattan distance calculation, which is this. So something that's far away. Where was that? Limited pursuits, right? 100 squares, so that's going to exceed the aggro range of 10. Is it really aggro range? It's sort of a weird number. Oh, there's this extension thing. I need to pull that in. So that belongs up here. And so that's a 5, yes. Unless I make that a constant, which I might. So 5 plus 10. 100 is greater than that. So that should bail out here. And then we're going into the 8 octants. Right, so what happens here? We need to, well, I'm not going to mock sign. I'm just going to lift that. Lua. I'm going to lift it from utilities. The fun little function. Just tells us which direction to look. Actually, direction would be a nice name for this function. I was struggling to find a name for this function yesterday. Direction is kind of would work, right? Sign equals function to do that. And then what else do we need? This one, right? Pursuit try delta. So I need to define steps. I did. So then this is a function that takes a context, a dx, and a dy. And my idea was to look at steps. So I'll have a step counter. I need to reset the step counter each time, don't I? Yeah. Well, yeah, I need to reset the step counter every time. So step count. Every time I set steps equal. Actually, let's just do that and then do that. And then I just remove the redundant one. There we go. It's a good idea to have tokens be passed through the server because authentication seems to be slowest process right now. 30-second delay on mobile? Really? Wow. Yeah, I mean, like, I've learned a bit from going through the OpenID Connect workflows and OAuth in general. And all that, really the essential point of OAuth is you're given a token that represents some access for some identity that's recognized by some server. So that's exactly what it would be. It would be like an OAuth token that's only valid for connecting to a specific server for a specific person. And it would be just a single-use OAuth token, right? And let's say something screws up. You could always go back to the original server and say, hey, I tried to connect to that other world server and I failed. And you could say, okay, well, let's try again. Or maybe if you fail a certain number of times, maybe you get teleported back to a safe zone or something. But yeah, it's really nothing different than a limited use OAuth token, right? The last release of Premic was maybe half a year ago. Oh, we're talking about Premic still, huh? Oh, I missed some chat before. Oh, for Piano Box, you're talking about Docker containers. That's another thing. If you put stuff in Docker containers, it's easy to move and scale those around, right? Yeah. About the idea of a hexagonal world. How would you implement the shadows in that world? I don't know. It would maybe look weird, right? I haven't thought about that yet. I saw that go on deck and then leave. Is that because I answered the question so fast? Sorry about that. I should slow down in my answers so that you can post it. I have like a little bit of a game toying around with the hexagonal coordinate system, and it behaves pretty much like a grid, only it's tilted. So the shadows would maybe look tilted, and it had to have some kind of adjustment. Maybe introduce 30-degree angle shadows to fix that, right? Because I think the tilt is 30 degrees, or is it 45 or 60? It's some odd angle that you have to do to make it into a hexagon. And then yeah, but it's really a grid with an extra movement direction you don't normally have with the grid, which is like one of the diagonal directions is now cost 1 instead of 2. So you change your Manhattan distance function to include, instead of 2 movement directions, you have 3, and then you take the 2 that are least cost. It's kind of an interesting problem. Okay, if I have a step count, then I want to define it up here. And I want to use it inside of this one. We'll say moon unit expect less than or equal that the step count is less than or equal to the size of steps. I feel like doing that just for completeness. And then we'll say, we'll end up saying step count plus 1, and then we're doing it first because it's 1 based. And then we'll say a moon unit expect equal step count dot dx for dx and dy for dy. And then we're going to return that dot. Oh, I didn't give a name for that. Shame on me, and no one caught me. Let's give it a name. Result. So that uses the step table each time. It's basically, these are our expectations, and this is what we're going to return. And that's convenient for when we have multi-steps. Return false the first time, return true the second time. Do we want to insert something where we expect the step count? That we expect it to go through all the steps? Yeah, I think we should. So for these expect trues, right? We'd have moon unit expect equal step count to be equal to steps every time for all the trues. Actually, even the false would. Okay. Any new place I missed? Nope. Let me at least get this, verify this works before I put the other 8 octants in place. Okay, I missed a brace somewhere. Oh, missed a comma, really. 1, 2, 8. Yep, missed some commas. Let's just put commas on all of these. Okay. 92 it failed on. False, expected it to be true. Expected 0, actual was 1. So it didn't make a step. Huh, why? Having trouble connecting to Twitch chat right now? Weird. Think hexagonal grid can also be expressed as a normal grid. Yeah, so there's a cool I should just bookmark this because it comes up so much. Oh, didn't I make a command for it? I did for A star. Yeah, in that blog, we go to the A star path thing. He talks about hex. No? Maybe it's under blog. Grids? Hex grids. This it? It's on your end? Okay. I think this is it. Yeah, yeah. So this, the redblobgames.com blog is really awesome. They, you can you can express it with just 2 coordinates, but for convenience, they add a third one. So they talk about coordinate systems somewhere up here. Axial coordinates, 2 axes. Instead of XY, it's Q and R. And instead of being 90 degrees, like in a grid, it's either 60 or 120 degrees. But since it's 2-dimensional, you fundamentally only need 2 basis vectors. It's just what makes a hex grid really, crazy weird is that they are not orthogonal. Am I using that word correctly? Define orthogonal. Yeah, so they're not orthogonal. They are at either 60 or 120 degrees. So for convenience, what you end up doing, do they talk about this here somewhere? They talk about making a cube coordinates. This isn't the same blog, actually. Or maybe that's right here. Yeah, cube versus axial. So cube coordinates, you just introduce a third coordinate, which is the difference, which is like the difference between the 2 coordinates. Okay, this is not the same blog. There are like several blogs that the guy made. Hexagons, maybe? Maybe it was the early blog that he made for it. X-Grid Guide? This is it. Yeah. So they have like, if you position them like this, they are 30 degrees or 120 degrees, whichever way you want to think about it. And then the coordinates, they're really just 2 of them, but they're kind of offset. So cube coordinates just takes z is just x. I think it's negative x minus y is z. So that you make this property x plus y plus z equals 0 constant. And yeah, you get really weird properties. So this is the blog. Oh, you already just got it. That was just gonna post that, iGrock. So there you go. 25 points now. Climbing that point ladder. Yeah, it's fascinating stuff. Oh, wait a minute, I was looking at that. Why does this fail? Pursue same direction is returning false when it should return true. Why? It should try to pursue 0, 0, right? But it's not. Yeah, iGrock is being very helpful. Okay, what am I doing wrong here? This... supposedly should go into try delta, which... Well, what if we do a check here? Expect true to be false, right? It's not going to the function that I gave it. That's the problem. So I screwed it up somehow. It is not even trying to pursue a delta if the position is the same. Oh, is it because I didn't put the z coordinate in there? Yeah. That's what it is. Dot x equals that. Whoops. Oops. But that was it. Yep, and then it gets to line 57, so I'll drop that. Try again. Step is a nil on line 59, because that should be steps. Okay, it got down to line 110. Limited pursuit, and it returned false. Oh, same problem here, right? Dang it. Dot x equals that. That dot y equals that. And that's plus 2 minus 1 there. And same thing down here. Because I want to mess with the z coordinate. All right. Cool. All right, so let's just add the other octants. A little tedious because it's just... I wonder if there's a faster way to do it with logic. Because what's different are going to be the sign and the whether one is a 2 or a 1 will affect the steps. I can't think of a quick way, so I'm just going to copy pasta. Octant 2 would be plus 1 minus 2. And it should go up first and then... Right, so it should go up and then right. Up is that. Where... This is a long test. There we go. Convenient button. There we go. Didn't break it. Although the line numbers are messed up. Octant 3 is left and up. So the sign of x changes. No other change. Then 4 is like 1, right? So let me take 1 and copy it to 4. Only the sign of x changes. Negative 2, and then there's a negative 1, negative 1, negative 1. Cool, and then 4 through... The 5 is a mirror of 4. Where y is positive. And the sign is positive on the y's. And then 6 is a mirror of 3. Along the y-axis. So again, this becomes a plus, and the sign of these drops. Then 7 is a mirror of 2. With again, it's a plus. Drop the sign here, and then 8 is a mirror of 1. So tedious. There's probably a way to make those 8 into 1 with some clever math that I can't think of right now. Run. Didn't break. Let me flip a sign to make sure it breaks. It broke. On line 316. Yeah. So, we're done. I know, it's a long test. Maybe have an array of 8 that gets iterated over. Ooh. I just got disconnected from featured.chat. That was cool, sort of, I guess. Huh, it's back. Yeah, I was thinking about how to combine that, but that how many things would I have to change? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there are 7 numbers, or at least no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are 12 numbers for every octant. So I just didn't feel like with that many variables. I just didn't feel like doing it. Am I lazy? Your vanilla Twitch chat has been off and on. I haven't checked to see if Bouncer's been getting disconnected or not. I'd have to search its log to see. Thank you for the follow. Well, let me try to get through this. How much longer do I want to go? I need to try to figure out what nice stopping point. Maybe I'll do this and then tether, because I think tether won't be too hard. So we'll finish pursuit. So the entity one, this should be an easy one. So this is just really a wrapper for this one. So we'll have this mocked context end, and all it's supposed to do is call that, filling in a position and a limited equals true, given an entity. So I need to have an entity with a position. So local test entity is 10, and then game.components.position of test entity is, I don't know, let's say test position, so that I can make that separate. Local test position x equals 2. Actually, it doesn't matter what I put here, right? It doesn't even look at it. I can just say moon unit expect. Actually, I should put something in here to make sure it's unique. Foo equals bar. There we go. Test position for context dot target position. And yeah, that's fine. Moon unit expect equal limit true for limited, or expect true context dot limited, and then just call the dang thing, right? So, and we it returns the return value. So maybe have it alternate a little bit. So let's have test entity 1 and test entity 2, and we'll say return. Oh, we had to put it in the context anyway. Context the target entity. Actually, we can just say if context target entity is test entity 1, then return true. Else, turn false. And the second time we can expect it. Actually, we'll just end right here. Expect. No, wait, that wouldn't work. I want the first call for it to be the first, so, Actually, it doesn't matter. Yeah, expect equal test entity 2 for context. So only like one or the other will be valid. It doesn't. I don't care which one happens first. So we're just gonna call it twice. So moon unit expect true if we call it with the context. If context dot target entity is that one, and expect false for that one. That's all I need to do, right? Hey there, Cthulhu. How was your day? I'm assuming it's the end of the day for you, and that you're coming here to hang out and chill in my stream. Yep, building up tests for Lua scripts. Ooh, and I just told it to run all my unit tests, so that's gonna fail the raft stuff and take forever to run the other stuff. That's okay. I don't mind. It bailed on here. Why? The index is nil. Oh, yeah. We can put them in the same position. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it's fine. Sure. Go. Still fails. Did it not save? Oh, it can't run because the other tests are running. I have to stop that, and then I can run this again. Nil value now when we get down to... Oh, context doesn't exist yet. That's the only thing we need in the context, right? So I can just say local context equals that. And then I don't have to say local. Actually, can I say local again? Let's just ignore it the second time, or will it give me an error? No, it just ignores it. Start of your day. You work in 2 hours. Oh, are you doing a night shift? Or are you on the other side of the world? I don't remember which one. You don't have to tell me, but I hope you have a great day at work. You can hang out here. I'll probably be streaming for a little bit longer. Not a whole lot longer. I'm actually already over time by 25 minutes. Second or third shift? Got it. I create my own shift, and I decided to make my shift the shift where my kids are at school. 7 p.m. until done, I see. That'd be brutal for me. I have to admire the capability to do that. I wouldn't be able to do that. All right. It's not finding where that test starts, so I'm going to recycle the tests. Then run them. And they all work. Nice. Gave you the energy to get 3 more commits into your project? Nice. Sometimes it's 5 a.m., sometimes it's 3 a.m. Man, I would not be able to do that. Kudos or credit goes to you. I guess you get used to it though, right? I'm not sitting, I'm slouching. Why am I slouching? Better? Better posture? Okay, I'm done with Pursuit. Pursuit is working. I think I'll wrap it up with Tether, as long as Tether is not too horrible. Actually, Tether's not that bad. Okay, let's do it. Let's pull function Tether out into its own new script. So we'll call it NPC tether.lua and paste save. And then we'll make a new test called NPC tether test.lua. Just got up an hour ago. It's 5 p.m. I would miss the sun, I think. I'm sorry you have to miss the sun. This is just NPC tether. Okay. So blank slate. Let me explain this boilerplate, so to speak. Moon unit is a user data field or structure or element or whatever you want to call it, a variable that my moon unit program defines when it sets up a Lua interpreter. And it is a glue layer between Lua and C++ for the moon unit because it's written in C++. And one thing that it adds is a test method in C++ that when you call it, it expects 2 strings and a function. The first string is used to populate the suite of the tests, and the second string is for the test itself. And the third one is the function to call when you click this button. Easy peasy, right? So how do we test the actual code? Is we do a require. Require is like a pound include or an import. It tells the Lua interpreter to go to the file system or whatever other importers it has and get this thing. Oops. Get this thing. So the built-in package loader will take that string and add a Lua and then match it against all of the files that it can find by searching the package path. So we have to set up this package path kind of carefully. We're telling it we can find Lua files in 2 places, either the current working directory or the parent of the current working directory. And that's so that I can require things that are in the test folder, or in this case, in the case of that, things that are in the parent of the test where the actual code is. So that's how we tell Lua where to search when we're going to have Lua files that we want to pull in with require. and we're pulling in some common stuff for all the tests, and then pulling in the unit that we're testing, and then we're registering a test. So Moon Unit does things in 2 steps. It will run all the scripts, and then expect these as kind of like callbacks to register functions. And it's going to fill in a table of test suites and tests and functions. And then when on the command line it says to run a specific test, it'll look up that table using these strings as keys and find that Lua function and call it. And then during the call, there might be other callbacks back into Moon Unit to do testing to make sure that something is expected or not. And if expectations fail, then the test is marked as a failure. But if we get through the entire function with no test expectations broken, then we mark the test as passed. So that's pretty much it. And the design of the individual tests and their functions are kind of modeled after Google tests. So in C++, you would see a similar thing. You would have test as a macro, and what that does is it defines a class that Google Test Runner can find through its global singleton constructor. And so it'll basically put itself onto a list, and then when you run the thing, it runs all the tests that are in the list that match the names that you told it to filter on. And then these expect macros kind of do the same thing that these do. They'll check to see that this condition is as expected, and if not, it marks the test as a failure, and then that changes the output of the program, and pretty much the same thing. So that's how this all works, if you were wondering. I'm going to now fill in the tether test. So tether test is going to test tether. NPC tether, the way it works, we have several different pathways through the code. This is run to check to see if we are returning to a home position, and if we're not returning to a home position, should we return to a home position? So like the name implies, every NPC in the game kind of has an invisible leash, and so that they can wander or pursue enemies up to a certain maximum range. And when they get back to that maximum range, called the tether range, they will... it depends on if we're returning or not. If we're not returning to home and we get beyond the wander range, so that's the limit of the tether, then we will drop all aggro, basically stop attacking enemies, and start returning to base. If we are in the process of returning to base, when we get within range, we'll stop returning. If we're still out of range, we'll basically be trying to pursue our home position the entire time. So right now it's doing the Manhattan search, which is a problem where they can get stuck around corners. So I plan to replace this line here with a pathfinding. So using A* to compute a path. Probably we would do it down here. We would compute a path to home, and then this would be pursuing the path. We'd have to have logic in there where if while we're pursuing the home position, if we get stuck again, we would have to recompute a new path. So like if an obstacle pops up, we would have to figure out, oh, okay, now which way do we want to go? But right now, this try position is just like we were just testing. It's going to figure out is the destination in which octant is it in, so to speak. And then it's going to go through a very boneheaded path that we were just showing, right? It will try to go, in the case of octant 8, it'll try to go right. And if it can't go right, it'll try to go down. And if it can't go right and it can't go down, then it will fail to move. A* would be better, where it would be searching in all neighboring squares and also be seeking the goal faster without having to search the entire map, and stop early if it can't find it within a certain maximum distance, which we had tested here as the limit. So if it's a limited search, we would fail if we're too far away. So A* would have a similar thing, and it wouldn't stop at just trying to go right and then go down. It would also go left to go around a corner. Some Reddit update broke posting to 2-letter subreddits. After fixing, someone wrote, "Do you have unit test cases now?" And admin, "What's a unit test?" Does that have a kappa at the end? What's a unit test? Kappa? You would think that developers would know what a unit test is, even if they don't believe in them. That's funny though. Maybe maybe they know now. Maybe someone has educated them. All right, so tether. How many paths to this code do we have? Well, let's enumerate them. From the very start, we could end up returning false because we're neither returning, so neither returning nor beyond tether, beyond wander range. And the second case would be not returning, but beyond wander range. Begin returning, right? And the next would be we might have an aggro table. So not returning, have aggro. Beyond begin returning, drop all aggro. Right? So then another condition would be not returning, no aggro, but beyond wander range, begin returning. Maybe put that one first. Okay, and then all the returning cases, I guess, would go next, right? So returning, there are really only two possibilities, right? So returning, not yet close enough to home, pursue home. Returning close enough to home, stop returning, right? So there are two variables. There's the wander range, which is part of NPC, and then the tether has its own range. And tether is independent of the NPC. I believe that's because the range might depend on what the tether is. It could be our true home position, or it could be while we're following a path. Our tether might be tighter. That's why I did that. Oh, right. Tether is expected to also be a position too. Okay, that's good to know. I think those are all the possibilities though, right? So in all these cases, we're going to be calling NPC tether and expecting, what is this? True if we did something, false if we didn't, right? So all of these are true except for the very first case, right? Yep. Both of these return true and that one returns false. There are no other returns. Okay, I understand it now. So moon unit expect false if we call this, and all of these are going to be true. Okay, and then what do we need in the context? We need a tether. And the tether is put into target position. So let's define that especially. The tether needs to have some coordinates in it. And it also has a range. I don't know, 3. Doesn't really matter. Okay, and then context. Tether equals tether. NPC. What's NPC used for? Returning aggro. Okay. So we can have that special here. Is it ever passed to anything else? Not really, so I don't have to have it separate. Returning false aggro empty table, right? And then NPC delta. That is actually modified that way by setting the flag true or false. So let's make that one added for every well, let me think about this. We should have that a separate thing. Local NPC delta empty table, and we'll just carry a reference to it there. Entity. We're actually not using that. Huh, so I'm not going to include it. Position is used to compute Manhattan distance, so we'll have that. It's not used anywhere else, right? Position. Nope. So, but we'll expect it in Manhattan distance. So, in position. Actually, we're going to have a different position each time, right? So let's leave that out. And instead of mocking it Manhattan distance, I'll actually I'll put it in. I'll put a copy of it in here. Okay. There it is. Whoop! There it is. Manhattan distance. Okay. That's it, right? So I need to mock pursuit try position. Context. Really, we just want to know if we tried to pursue and if the context is what we expect. So let me make this the test context. And we'll have this one moon unit expect equal test context. And then let's just record a flag. So local pursued equals false, and here we'll set it to true. And it doesn't return anything, so we're good. Okay. So to make sure we're beyond tether range, we want to say context dot or test context. So this needs to be modified to say test in front. Test context dot position. And they need to put it beyond wander range. So let's keep it simple and make it like 10. X equals 10. Y equals actually just need X and Y? Yeah. Because it's only used for Manhattan distance. Okay. So we would expect false because I should probably say returning is false. We're not returning. We're outside of range. So actually, we can also detect that, right? Right. We should expect that to be called. So we should put this here. Moon unit expect equal the tether to be context dot target position. And limited should be false. False for context dot limited. All right. Does that mean I should probably reset the context every single time? I probably should. So let's rename this again. Back to context. Actually, no. Leave it the way it is. But I am going to oh, I was going to have it reassign the entire structure, but that's no, never. I'm not going to do that. It does set these things, so we want to clear them, right? After the test is done. Target position is nil. Test content dot limited is nil. What else does it change? That's it. Okay, cool. All right. Well, one, it will have tried it, so we should expect true for pursued, and then we'll want to set it back to false again. All right. So that's 1, and then 2. Not returning no aggro, but beyond... Oh, I got this wrong. That's beyond wander range there, so this should not be beyond wander range. So within range of 3, so let's set it to 4/4. So this is when it's beyond tether range, right? Oh, wait a minute, I got this completely wrong. I'm stupid. Okay, this case is where we are returning and not yet close enough. Expect true. Okay. Neither returning, so, okay, this should be true. Neither returning nor beyond wander range will go into here and just return false. And it will not pursue anything. So I don't need to, well, let's keep that. Actually, let's keep all of, I know what I can do. I can have a little convenience function here called reset test that does this. Isn't that clever? And I can just call reset test like that instead of all this junk. Isn't that clever? Successfully brought your computer to a crawl by forgetting this dumb library is dumb. What did the dumb library do? Not returning, no aggro, but beyond wander range. Begin returning. Returning is false, no aggro. So we should set that actually test context dot npc dot aggro equals empty list. Actually, let's put that in to reset test. Or not. We could leave it there. Only library for that? Maybe you need to make your own library. That's better. It acts recursively on stuff even when it shouldn't. Ooh. Yikes. Not returning. No aggro, but beyond wander range. It should just set it to true and return true. It should not pursue. Okay, so this is similar. Right. Oh, we should make sure that actually, if the aggro is already empty, it doesn't matter, does it? Not returning, have aggro. Yeah, so aggro will be like 42. So expect true, expect equal to an empty set NPC delta dot aggro. Not pursued. And then returning, not yet close to home. It should pursue. Right, returning close to home. So like within range, so when it equals, right? So 3 away would be 5 by 4. That should set the target position Actually, that's where the pursued is true. No, it should be false. Not pursued anymore. Returning should be false. Actually, we can just do expect equal. Returning equals false for NPC delta. That's probably better. And this one would be expect aggro to be equal to the JSON array, which is empty, right? Like that. Stop returning. So when does it start returning? Begin returning. Oh, okay. So aha. So this has two things in it then. This would have returning equals true. And this goes there. Commas are all around. And drop that one. There we go. Image packing, huh? Works better when you pass the arguments in right, though. That's only eating about 120 megabytes. Might make the library yourself. It doesn't even dispose of images. Ooh. Doesn't dispose the images. Is this in C#? That's a common mistake I've seen. C# code not calling dispose on unmanaged resources or disposable objects. Attempt to compare nil with a number? What? Oh, wander range. I didn't put that in there. That's wander range. And this should be a different number, right? Range is in the tether. So it's not here, it's here. And wander range is used... So the wander range could be larger. So we can set that to 5. I just need to make these numbers correct. Not returning, but beyond wander range. So let's make it just beyond wander range. 2 plus 5 is 7. And let's set this one to 6, so it's just within wander range. Length of a nil value? Expect false to be true on 65. So it got false here. That is beyond wander range, isn't it? Oh, no, it's not. No, yeah, it is. Oh, no, it needs to be 8. It's beyond, greater than. So the other one should be a 7. There. Okay, it's getting there. Wait, it's common Lua. Why is it 101? What? Oh, okay. Man cow, how are you doing? Looking up my GitHub, huh? You're welcome to all the open source components in there, as long as you obey the MIT license, which is extremely easy to obey. Long time no see, yeah. I hope you're doing well. Okay, so the problem here, I think, is that it expected an argument. And this doesn't work with that, so... Right. So this needs to be a little bit more complicated, actually. If table, then length equals table, else len equals 0. Oh, I broke it. Because I'm missing another end. Hey, the Tua bud. Wow. A lot of people that haven't been here for a long time are back. I'm doing great. How are you doing? I'm doing unit tests for my game scripts. I almost got this working. I should do like a quick state of the game, shouldn't I? For people who haven't been here in a while. Can I do that now, or do I want to finish this? I could do it now. All right, we'll do it now. We'll do it live. New window, please. You're gonna waft at Tuabud? What does that mean? Check it out. This is my game. And I'm going to need the GM support here for a minute because that slime is going to interfere with things. So let's move that slime away. You can go down there. All right. So there is now barriers stop our vision. And also there is a concept of light in the darkness. I don't know if you've seen this, Tuabud. But this is relatively recent, and also this NPC is basically the cutting edge of my game because he is an NPC with quite a complicated script. He's also got a dialogue. When you ask him for help and you say yes, he will pathfind to the exit of the dungeon, and if you get too far behind, he stops and waits for you. And he's trying to get to that monster. I think I need to move him. Now that should have cleared it. No, he's still within. Let's just move that up here. He's got a little problem where when he pulls aggro on a monster, if he can't get to the monster, he gets stuck. So we'll fix that soon. But while he's walking along the path, he will stop and fight any monsters in his way and defeat them for you. In fact, he's going out of his way to go defeat that slime. That's kind of nice. So the point of this is that with a little bit more polish and extra logic, George will be part of a tutorial where he says, welcome to the game, or something. Not like that, but put him in character. I'll have him talk to players when they arrive here and kind of help them out of the predicament they're in, where they find themselves stranded inside this dungeon. And so he'll do all the combat for you, and he'll even leave the loot for you to pick up if you want it. And kind of introduce new players to some of the core concepts of the game, like movement, and getting familiar with visibility and other NPCs that you can talk to or fight, but then not kind of require you to know how to fight. In fact, you don't even really need to understand how to move, because if you just say help, yes, and then you do nothing, he'll say, please follow me, and then after a while he'll give up and he'll return back. He'll say, I can't wait forever, and he'll wait around here again. And if you made it halfway through the path and he gave up, he'll just path back, and then if you follow him back, you can restart it. So that's the state of the art of the game right now. The nights were dark when you were there. Is all the Lua server side? Yeah, all the Lua server side. So as the GM, I can go in here to the AI script, and here's all the script for George. So today's task was to take that long 900-line long script that George uses and break it up into roughly a dozen pieces. And I got the first 4 done, because not only break them up, but I wanted to have tests to make sure that they have test coverage, so that when I work on George again, it will be using test-driven development. When I change his script, I can do it by first adding a test to make sure I get the behavior I want, and then fill in the missing details to make it work and all that stuff. Featured Tet doesn't like you? Did you get disconnected too? Don't really know anything about integrating Lua. It's really not that hard. I actually can show you the fundamentals of it. So actually, showing you Moon Unit would be the easiest, because that is in my GitHub, which you got a link to before. If you look for Moon Unit and you go to, I think it's in main? No, it's in Runner. Runner pulls in the Lua interpreter. So the first thing you do is you have to include lua.h. If it's in C++, you'll want to do an extern C around it, because Lua is plain old ANSI C. All right. Then you're going to want to have a few support functions. One is an allocator, so that Lua knows how to allocate memory. I just have a thin wrapper for realloc and free, right? And then you'll want to have a reader, which has its own state. And, oh, it doesn't support me messages. No, it doesn't. That's a problem with featured chat. So yeah, the reader basically allows you to use dependency injection so the Lua doesn't have to know what it's reading. It just says, hey, I want to read the next script, and then you provide it. And then a traceback is handy if you want to see stack traces. And I'll show you the code. The bare minimum code is allocate. I was just there. It's just there. Here it is. You call Lua new state, and you get a Lua interpreter. Nice. Now, if you wanted the standard libraries, you also call Lua L openlibs. And there's a little trick with a little link that describes why, but because there's a lot of allocations done by loading the standard library, it's convenient to not do garbage collection during that, so we suspend the garbage collector and then resume after we've loaded the standard libraries. Then you're done as far as vanilla Lua. Then what I usually do in addition to Lua itself is I will add mappings so that Lua scripts can call back into the C code. And that's usually through, the way I like to do it is through a global a global table, and I call it a moon unit for moon unit. And it indexes itself, and the whole thing's a meta table so that you can attach it. You can attach methods and stuff to it. Like, actually, I don't even think I needed to make it a meta table. But anyway, this is how you make a table in Lua that has functions that call back into C. You do it with push C function. You push a string to assign it a name, and then you do set table. And that set of 3 you just repeat for every function that you want to map from Lua back into C. And then from Lua, you just use that table, access these keys in that table, and call them, and then you'll be calling back into C. The hard part is in these functions. To access variables in Lua, you either have to go to Lua's stack, which you do through most Lua functions, like check udata says, go to Lua, look at the first thing in the stack, at the bottom of the stack, and check to make sure that it's a user data with this meta table. And then this is saying is the second thing on the stack, from counting from the bottom, is the second thing a table, is the third thing a table. Stuff like Lua to string will take something from the stack and convert it to a string. If something's not on the stack, it takes a little bit longer because you have to go ask Lua to put something on the stack so that you can manipulate it. So that's where it gets a little confusing. It's not stream parrot, it's featured chat. Stream parrot's perfectly performant. No problems with stream parrot. It's featured chat that's the problem. Featured chat is that thingy. But you know that, right? That is misbehaving for A squared, apparently. Also, it doesn't show single word messages and /me messages. Yep. So anyway, the hardest part of integrating Lua into a program is implementing those C functions that Lua calls, because you have to do a lot of checking and stuff like that. The actual embedding of Lua is really just these lines of code here. That's all you need to do. In fact, if you looked at how Lua makes their command line interpreter, they just call that, and then they wait for you to put an end of stream marker on your standard input, and then they exit. That's all you do. Actually, I guess to clean it up properly, I do one other thing, right? Lua close. Yeah, there we go. Lua close is the opposite of Lua new state. And what's cool is you can call this function multiple times and have multiple instances of Lua in the same program. So I Lua instead of plain C++? Good question, Mancow. We'll feature that one. The reason I use Lua is because if I had to write the like the NPC scripts in C++, then in order to get them into the game, I'd have to compile them and then dynamically load them. Or I'd have to shut the whole game down, replace the executable, and then start the game back up. So there would be a lot more dynamic loading or restarting code that I would need. And I'll probably eventually do that for performance reasons. But for right now, the Lua code runs fast enough, and it's super convenient because I can just go in here, change something, and then hit submit, and it, boom, didn't need to compile, and it's immediately available. Lua is not converting to JS. It's actually being interpreted on the fly. So every time I go in here, every time I hit submit, it's reinterpreting the input. I believe the way the Lua interpreter works is it does 2 passes. So the first pass, it is tokenizing and converting everything into Lua objects. So the function attack becomes a Lua object, and it contains a bunch of bytecode that is the parsed version of this. And then when you actually call attack later, then it does a second pass where it's actually interpreting the bytecode. So kind of like Python, I guess. And why Lua, not JS? Because I already knew how to embed Lua. I don't know the first thing about how to do it with JS. But if JavaScript is as easy to embed as this, then I could use JavaScript. Yeah, I just used Lua because it was super easy to embed. It's also very simple, so it doesn't have a lot of stuff I don't need. So you could argue that the footprint is smaller, right? Did I miss any other chat? Have I integrated do I have an integration between Lua and the socket system? Where was that message? This one. It's somehow integrated between Lua and the socket system. Yeah, so the way in game it works is the socket system. Actually, it's easier to show the overall architecture diagram. So the sockets are implemented way up here in 2 places, really. The low-level sockets are in my web server, and then the web sockets are used by this WebGate component. The Lua is way down here in the entity component system. It's part of the entity component system is the Lua interpreter. So the way that they're connected most directly is the Lua can ask a feedback message to be sent over the socket directly to a player or to another server. And so you'd pass through the coordinator, which would turn your, it's like a JSON, or it would turn the Lua table into a JSON object and transmit it over a WebSocket. So there's the coordinator sits between Lua and the sockets, basically. Could you generate your own interpreted grammar language? I guess I could. That would be kind of fun, but I don't know. Lua works just as well. But yeah, I could have done it. For me, Lua's on the server side. For World of Warcraft, I believe it's running on the client side, and so they have to do a bunch of extra things. Like, because mine's running on the server side, I can just include the standard library and not worry about it. For World of Warcraft, they have to be very careful about if you include the all of the Lua libraries. You could, from a plugin in Lua, you could access the file system, and then so people could make malware into World of Warcraft plugins. So I believe Blizzard has a lot of safeguards and restrictions to what they load and what you can do in your Lua scripts. Hold on a second. Sorry, starting to lose my voice, I guess. Wow, it's been 5 hours. I get a lot of cool questions around this time of my stream. The only problem is that I get really tired because I've been streaming for 5 hours. One could run JavaScript on the server using v8.dev. That's a cool idea. Maybe I should check it out. Because there's no reason that I have to use Lua. I could switch to JavaScript at some point. let me take yours because I want to look into this later and maybe compare the the difficulty one way or another. There we go. I'll look at that later. There's a good question. Let me pull that in. NanoBlit asked, do you know how to make a TCP library to be able to send messages that a WebSocket library understands? Yes. So I wrote 2 different libraries. One is at the lower level. I call it system abstractions. And one of the classes that I wrote is called a network connection. And it kind of it's like an abstract notion of a low-level socket. So you can connect and you can have an asynchronous process in the background where you get called back if a message arrives, or you can send a message back in the other direction. And the way I implemented it is using, on Windows I use WinSock, and on Linux I use BSD sockets. So it's like open, close, read, write, socket, bind, listen, all those functions, right? So that's one library I wrote. And then on top of that, I wrote WebSockets. And that looks like this, where you, it's basically a translation layer between the low-level socket and then the higher-level socket. So it translates, it decodes the frames that appear on the socket and figure out, well, was that a ping? Was it a pong? Was it a text, binary, and that kind of thing? And but it's got a similar thing where you open it, and if you're a client, you connect through a web request, because WebSocket is really just an extension of HTTP. And you can close it, and you can send one of those frames I just talked about, a ping or a pong or a send text. So like the implementation of send text goes in here and basically formats a frame using an opcode. It's basically filling in the protocol for a bunch of raw bytes to send, but at the end, it ends up just going to an underlying connection and calling send data. So that's the exact same send data that was way back in, it's called send message. So there's a little thin layer between them, but send data ultimately calls send message, right? Sending a raw byte stream. And the only reason that I have written both of those libraries is because I like to write stuff from scratch. Now, if someone else wanted to do TCP library, WebSocket stuff, you could probably find one already out there written for you. Because I'm sure other people use that kind of thing. Guaranteed the socket stuff is already written for you. It's part of your operating system. Whether it's WinSock on Windows or BSD sockets on Linux, there's probably higher level stuff like the WebSocket stuff. I just wrote it myself, but there's probably other stuff out there you could pick up. Just tried sending a string using a TCP library, but that's throwing an invalid response error. Yeah, well, to do WebSockets, you have to do what I showed you back here. You have to format the frame correctly. So there's an opcode, there's a mask. Depending on if you're the client or the server, you might have to mask your payload. You have to include the length. And there's a masking key you have to use. So this is all described in where is it? RFC. I guess it would be in my header file here. Yeah, RFC 6455. So I read that thing. If you open that now and look at it, it tells you how to turn a text message into the raw bytes you'd have to write to a socket in TCP to make it work as a WebSocket. And there are states you have to follow. So like you have to connect properly. There's a handshake there. There are different roles. You could be a client or a server. So it's not as simple as a translation from one string to another. You have to implement a state machine. Did you write your own raft? Yep, I did. And it's not yet done. The implementation I made is in my GitHub, actually. It works well enough for me, but it's got some bugs. It implements certain aspects of the Raft consensus algorithm. So I basically started at raft.github.io, and then I also read the white paper that Diego wrote, the inventor of Raft. and did my best to implement it. And that took about a month. I did that on stream, actually. Did I do that earlier this year? Like in January? Yeah. I did some of it here. Not there. December, January. Integrated Raft into the coordinator at the beginning of January. So yeah, about 10 months ago. You wanted to implement it yourself? The hardest part of Raft turned out to be configuration changes. In fact, Diego's original white paper had a change after he published it because it was super complicated, and he figured out how to make it a little bit simpler. But things get really complicated if mid-configuration change you have a leadership change, and I still have a few bugs in my implementation about that. But it's all my fault. So Diego actually in his white paper he included mathematical proofs showing that Raft will always work no matter what happens, as long as certain fundamental things are met, like that your disk doesn't get corrupted on all three or all of your cluster, right? As long as something catastrophic doesn't happen, you should be able to recover. So the fact that my cluster sometimes doesn't recover, that's my problem. But yeah, that was a lot of fun and a lot of work, and I don't know if I would do it again. I'd probably pick up someone else's Raft implementation. Let me try to finish this. Find out why this is not working. Getting to line 80. 60% of the time it works every time. There we go. Okay, so we got through a lot of the test cases and we're getting to the one where we're returning. Not yet close to home. It should pursue home and it is not pursuing home. Why not? It returned true. Let's see, where is that set to true? Set to true if that's called. So let me do a little sanity check here. Expect true, false. See if it actually hits that line. It did not. So it never tried to call that. Why not? What could be going wrong here? Returning is true, so it should go into here. And wander is the difference between our position and the tether. Our position's 10 by 4, and the tether is 2, 4, so that should be 8, right? Is 8 greater than tether range? And that is 3. Yes. So it should have called it, but it didn't. Unless I screwed that up. Context tether. Tether's tether. Don't know what I did. Could it be that the test before it messed something up? And reset test is not doing its thing? Oh, wait. That's not... That was changed. That's the problem. No, but we changed it back. This shouldn't... Okay, no. Reset test should be clearing it. How come I can't click on that? It's not. That might be a problem. Actually, no, it shouldn't matter if that's still set. Just for kicks, let me comment out all the cases up to that point. See if it still fails. It did. So it had nothing to do with the other tests, other parts of the test that ran before it. It's still not calling pursue. Why not? Yeah, maybe I'm not finding the bug because it's so late. Okay. That is there. It didn't call that, so it's not going into there. And I have Manhattan distance there. Is it going into there? Let me comment out these other tests too again. Yes. Yep, it went into there. I can expect we can see what it is. We can just cheat and do that. It is 8. So it returned 8. Is 8 greater than tether range? Good question. Test context tether range. I wonder if I'm just doing sanity checks here right now. 3. So 8 should be greater than 3. It might not be going into that, maybe. NPC returning. Oh, that's what it is. That's wrong. That should be NPC dot returning. There we go. Yeah, I'll try not to forget to eat, Nui. Thank you. Okay, there it went into there, so I can put that back in, and it passed. Yay! I can uncomment this. Try the full test. Yay, it passed. No, it didn't. It didn't pass. We got stuck on line 88. Oh, aggro is in NPC delta Y. Why? Why? Oh, am I not clearing NPC delta on reset test? Yep, that's why. No. Now it failed something else. Failed that one. No returning key. Why not? Not returning. Have aggro, but beyond wander range. Let's see, is that the only thing? Oh, wait. Is it a different line it's failing on? Yeah, it's a different line. I'm looking at the wrong thing. This one. So that's not getting set for some reason. Oh, you guys heard the doggy? Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm almost done. When I get this tested finish, I'll call it. It should begin returning. It should be setting that to true. Why is it not? Oh, wait, I know. The reset test should not do that. Actually, we can do that. It's just that I have to do that again. Yes. So test context dot NPC delta is that to get, because we're making a new table, but I want that table to be in the context. There we go. That was it. Now I can eat. Yay! Let me review this. Review the test cases. Neither returning nor beyond wander range. Expect false when we call it. We're not pursuing home. Well, pursue, do we even need to check that? I guess we should. Then reset the test, yeah. Nom nom nom. Time to eat. Hey there, Code Phobia. How are you doing? I forgot to say hi to Carbon 21 and Nanoblit. I like these names. I forgot to say hi to you too. I probably forgot to say hi to other people. I just didn't notice. Sorry about that. You're good. All right. I'm good too. I'm getting kind of tired though. I'm going to need to finish after I review this again. Not returning, no aggro, but beyond wander range. Expect that we do something. We are going to return. We're not pursuing it yet. Not returning, have aggro. So this is clearing the aggro table. And I have different things. Well, this is right on the edge, and this is not. So if I turn it to 7, it would break, right? Yeah. Okay. Just checking. Returning, not yet close enough to home. Pursue home, so should be pursuing, yes. Close to home, stop returning. So we don't pursue anymore. The returning is set to false. Great. I like it. Let's check it in. I never even logged into Git. Means I haven't done any commits all day. This is a whole day's worth of changes. Yeah, we can add those two together because they have 2 matching tests, right? Yeah, so this will say move get spawn and sign functions to utilities. What happened here? Oh, we added... Actually, these are 2 different things. Let's check this line in by itself and say add mock for game.access check pass. And then the other commit was a fix, right? Fix bug in... specifically, this is json.array mock. If no argument is given, make an empty array. Okay. The AI script just had stuff extracted from it, so it's just a bunch of minuses. And then some renames. To clarify the names of things. So that's all of this work. So we extracted 4 different sections. So refactor and add unit tests. This is work in progress. Refactor and add unit tests for parts of NPC AI Lua. So we'll list, I can just copy what I had from my notes. These ones, right? And just fix up the formatting here. And then wrap it there. Yeah, I like that. I like it. Ship it. Push it upstream so it's backed up. Yay. Okay, cool. Hope you enjoyed watching today. I thought I would get all this done today, but I'm more or less halfway through. I don't know if these will be easier than these, but if they're the same, then this is going to take me another stream to do, and I'll be doing it on Thursday because I don't stream on Wednesdays. You could add startup PEM to get ignore. But I do have some PEMs checked in. I just am lazy and I left that extra one lying around. It's no big deal. But thank you, Piano Boxer. That is what I would do if I wanted to keep it around, yeah. I'll probably just delete it. Yeah, so I'll probably do this on Thursday if I don't do it off stream. I want to get through this though because I want to get back to working on fixing George so that he's not preoccupied by these slimes across the way here. I want to fix him so that he aggroes by cost and not by line of sight distance. Your personal go-to is you're just lazy? If it's not really that important, then sometimes I just won't do it because it's unimportant. But I still would give you the point because there might be someone else who has stuff show up like this, who is like, well, yeah, I just want to ignore that. How would I do that? And then they would see Piano Boxer's note and then say, oh, I can just add it to git ignore and it doesn't show up. So that's, I give a point for that because even though I don't need to do it myself, it's a useful thing, point worthy to say. All right, yeah, I hope to get Georgia's script done so that I can get back to some more content development in the game. That would be cool. So that's what I'm going to hopefully aim for Thursday. Also you? Yeah? Cool. I'll be back not tomorrow, but Thursday, all right? Hope you guys have a great rest of your day. And let's go find someone to raid. Not that you have to watch whoever I raid, but, you know, if you want to see someone else doing coding, we'll pick someone else. How about I give you guys a choice? Would you rather watch someone learning how to code or watch someone who already knows how to code who's making something? Should I make this? Yeah, Tim is the latter one. So I was either going to raid Tim Badet or raid someone who's learning how to code. Could raid Spheres too. But didn't I raid Spheres recently? Thought I did. Yeah, I know Spheres is on. Like a week ago, yeah. I've never rated this. I don't think I've ever rated this guy. He's in my stream team, but he's learning coding. Someone learning to mix it up a little. Okay. I don't know if his stream is actually completely started yet or not. Let me go. Oh, he is started. But I'm watching an ad now. Okay, so this guy is in the live coders team, and he's learning how to code in React JavaScript, making web apps. So let's be kind to him and helpful to him because he's learning, and be patient and supportive and all that stuff, okay? And I'll see you guys on Thursday. There we go. I'm hitting the button. Ready? Here we go. Please join me in this raid. Say hi to Seek Player. See if you can help him out with some web dev. Be nice and patient, all right? I trust you guys. Do the right thing. Okay, thank you very much. I'll see you on Thursday. Bye.